something exciting, something that we are all truly excited about. There's lots happening from IBC Media today, and it's packed with thought leader perspectives, immersive panel discussions, and a bird's eye view of IBC's agenda and vision from Abhishek Pitti, founder and CEO. Thank you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Jayesh Ranjan lighting the lamp. Ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Srikanth Sinha, CEO Task, lighting the lamp. They're joined by Mr. Vishwanath and Mr. Srinivas, also lighting the lamp. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We thank our esteemed guests. What better way to kickstart this agenda than having a keynote address from a very important guest we have here, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary, Information, Government of Telangana. Okay, there's been a slight change in the agenda. The keynote address will be led by Mr. Srikanth Sinha, CEO, Task, and we invite him to share his perspectives on importance of skilling and upskilling in the job market of the future. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. A very good morning. Honorable Principal Secretary, Information Technologies, Industries, Commerce, Shri Jayesh Ranjan ji, who doesn't need any introduction, but I think one of the driving force behind the technology change over here that is happening, and as we move towards Web 3.0, the role that he would be playing in orchestrating this entire thing would be phenomenal. So, sir, a very warm welcome to you. Mr. Abhishek Pitti and all the team, Ali and all the colleagues from IBC, all the college management, team from Task, all my colleagues, etc. A very warm welcome to you today as we are here today inaugurating the Alt Hack Festival. I'm being told that about 300 students are already there at the Tech Mahindra Auditorium where the hack will start very, very soon. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be present amongst all of you over here today and share some of my thoughts. When we look at Web 1.0, it was static, it was not dynamic. When Web 2.0 came, it became dynamic and interaction started. But with Web 3.0, how you interact and how interaction can be actually done is what it focuses on. The Web 3.0 looks at how systems are becoming more and more open, more and more decentralized, and thus a new set of things are coming in, be it in terms of tokenization, blockchain or distributed ledger technologies, be in terms of crypto, be in terms of various technologies that are there, and of course, the latest metaverse that we are talking about. Right? So the whole interaction is going to change. And that is where it becomes key for us. I was told recently, I was talking to some people from US who are in the insurance industry, that insurance industry has forced all the people to start putting their thing now on a blockchain itself. Right? Tomorrow in the future, if you look at it, with more and more industries, of course, it's going to change and shake a lot of models. A lot of business and profit pools of various organizations will completely change due to Web 3.0. But it is important for us to realize how things are changing. Unfortunately, one side blockchain was taking over, second side pandemic hit. And that is the reason why today also, if you look at it, at US itself, the number of resources, trained and skilled manpower that is required by the industry or there itself is not being met. We still don't know how the whole thing would emerge with metaverse coming in. In fact, if you look at it from a perspective where we thought that, this is only for gaming and other things, metaverse is going to really change the whole thing completely. With technologies that are coming in now, blockchain being adopted more and more. Now, of course, Telangana was the first to come up with a blockchain district. Telangana was the first to come up with regularizing even the chit funds over here, and a T-Hub based startup itself was able to come up with a model for it. And so we have already started the journey, but I think now is the time we need to accelerate the journey. And I'm extremely happy that organizations such as IBC have come forward, especially in the interest of our students. It's important that our students understand what these technologies are. One of the best way, according to me, to understand technologies is, of course, understanding them, reading about them, but more important is doing things. And that is where it makes the change, it makes a difference. Hackathon is the best way where we are able to combine things together, where we are able to bring in the academic rigor, the industry perspective and mentorship, along with industry problems. And that is what is important as part of this hackathon itself. I'm extremely happy to note that more than 8,000 plus students participated in this, in the written test, etc., for which the selection test itself, out of which 300 people were selected. I wish all these 300 people the very best, so that each one of them does good. And I also would like to thank the college management of various colleges and request them to please permit these students and the faculty SPOCs who are there in those colleges to devote more time so that some real credible solutions can come out of this. Of course, Web 3.0 is the future thing, and that's where TASK is dedicated and will ensure that more and more programs are done about Web 3.0. As developments keep on happening, we will also keep on doing the WinTalk series and other things, along with whatever we are offering, to ensure that more and more robust offerings about Web 3.0 are provided to the youth of Telangana. On that note, I would like to wish all of you the very best, the students especially who are in the hackathon, and once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, I invite Mr. Abhishek Pitti for his opening remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I want to start with my welcome for Shri Jayesh Ranjanji, Principal Secretary, State of Telangana, and Shri Shrikant Sinhaji, CEO of TASK, Telangana Skill Board, Vinay, and we have other guests, Vishwanath from DNB. Also, we have been joined by Srinivas Racha, who is an excellent entrepreneur and a serial entrepreneur from Hyderabad, and all this distinguished guests and all the delegates. I would like to give you my warm welcome today morning. I also would like to point out that with you, we'll have other guests, I guess, joining us very soon. But also we have 300 students on the ground, like Sir pointed out, at the Tech Mahindra Auditorium. Instead of getting the students here to join us, we decided to have students kick off the hackathon parallelly. And hence, the program is a parallel program that is going on. And we are very excited and thrilled about what's happening. Paneer, sir, you just joined us. Thank you so much. I would like you to join us on the stage. Paneer is also from the T-Hub leadership. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And again, we have a very hearty warm welcome to all of you. We are very excited about this hackathon. Just so you know the importance of this hackathon, Sir just mentioned about 8,000 students who wrote the exam, but there are 20,000 students who registered for the hackathon. And this outreach has been done with a great leadership from the task team, the relationship managers, the SPOCs from the schools. I think it was a fantastic leadership when it was to do with the outreach. Initially, when we reached out to task, we were thinking that it would be a few hundred students. And we thought this would be something that would be done at a much smaller scale. And honestly, we had an overwhelming response from the student community. And that's when we decided to ramp up the scale of this in a very large way. And this will become the global footprint as a event, as a program. We plan to take this to 60 cities globally from here. Obviously, an indigenous product of Telangana. We have been in Telangana for last 5 years. In fact, the first program done by International Blockchain Congress was also done in Telangana under the leadership of Jayesh Ranjanji in 2018, which became the largest Web3 conference in the world. And also, we look forward to do more such programs. And the whole point of this agenda is our students. And we want to upskill our students to make them industry ready before they even graduate from schools. And the new format of education, the new format of upskilling will come through these programs, and we'll continue to learn and bring that insights to Telangana and from Telangana to the world. So with that, sir, I would like to invite you to share your insights and thoughts with everybody here. Thank you so much. Is there a hand mic? Is there a hand mic? So.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Greetings and good morning to all of you. My colleague, Mr. Shrikant Sinha, Mr. Abhishek Pitti, other distinguished guests, invitees, most importantly, faculty members and students who are representing different colleges. It's very exciting to be participating in another platform, another event created by the IBC. As Abhishek pointed out, we had organized a very successful congress in 2018, wherein for the first time ever, we got to understand the different opportunities that blockchain provides, the importance of blockchain. In 2018, it was largely supporting cryptocurrency, but the power of the technology was very evident. Many speakers in that Congress gave us ideas on how new use cases can be created. And what Mr. Shrikant Sinha mentioned a while ago, that Telangana was the first to create a governance structure for blockchain, which is called the blockchain district. That idea actually originated in that Congress, and it was actually announced during the Congress in a very public way. So it's very exciting and nice to be back on another IBC platform. This time, as all of us know, it is engaging the student community through this large-scale hackathon. As he pointed out, close to 20,000 students are participating in teams over the next 9 days or so. So we look forward to good ideas coming through this hackathon. As I said, between 2018 and now, things have advanced quite rapidly. In those days, as I mentioned, blockchain was seen mostly as a technology which supported the growth of crypto. And there were some very basic use cases like securing your records, securing educational records, securing land records, and so on and so forth. But since then, we have seen amazing innovation in this particular world. From such basic applications, we have come to very, very sophisticated applications. In fact, I have spoken about it on earlier forums also, that something which we showed or showcased, we are in November now, I think we did it in March of this year. That kind of represents a very advanced usage of blockchain. This was for remote voting. See, when we talk about elections and voting, we know about the cumbersome process of going physically to a polling station, casting our vote, and it remains a dream for many of us that how comfortable will it be if we just remain at our homes and use our phones to cast our vote. Even in advanced countries like US, etc., this does not happen. Everyone has to physically go to a polling booth. But we were able to show, as I said, in March this year, again in a reasonably large sample size, roughly 3,500 voters in a small town close to Hyderabad called Khammam, where we actually conducted online voting, remote voting. And we showed how all the doubts typically which people will have, particularly political parties, etc., when it comes to online voting, because as you know, online voting is not getting monitored by anyone. There is no one to look at you when you are casting your vote, unlike in a physical polling station when there are polling agents and polling officers and staff and all that. And blockchain played a very important role in creating that solution. So as I said, from very basic applications to such sophisticated and advanced applications, we have come a long way. But more than that, newer areas are getting supported using foundationally blockchain technology like tokens, NFTs, metaverse, and most importantly, lots of new ways in which Web 3.0 is getting used very, very creatively. And I'm very sure that the hackathon participants today will also use their creativity and imagination to come up with some very good solutions. When we started this blockchain district concept, one of the commitments that we made as a government, actually there were 3 commitments that we made as a government. One was to develop talent for this particular activity, because eventually any technology can go only that far to which extent the talent permits. So we wanted to be a major leader in the country in ensuring that the students who pass from our engineering colleges, they understand the fundamentals of blockchain, they have done projects in blockchain, they have participated in events like a hackathon, so that apart from reading or listening to lectures, they also develop their understanding through a very hands-on, immersive kind of an experience. So all that has happened in the last 4 years on multiple occasions. Now there are many colleges who ensure that there are specialized courses on blockchain which are offered to students. Lots of innovation programs are happening related to blockchain. Similarly, we have also been a leader. This has been again a very important commitment that the government itself will bring new technologies, including blockchain, to as many opportunities which are presented as possible. And one example which he mentioned about utilizing blockchain to rationalize or streamline our chit funds administration, because chit funds are a very messy kind of a scenario where everything is non-transparent. There are opportunities for fraud and mischief. In fact, in some states, such the proportion of frauds and mischief is so high that scams have taken shape of scams, etc., chit fund scams. We were able to very successfully bring order into that particular discipline. And we have also used blockchain for lots of this traceability related solutions. As you know, many food products, medicinal products, pharma products, vaccines, they have to be tracked and traced in such a way that duplication or forgery is prevented, authenticity is established. Again, blockchain is a very good solution. We have used another very interesting use case for us has been how it has been used to monitor the sales of cars, right from the time a car is manufactured in a factory till it is delivered to a customer, and possibly when it is sold again. The entire chain is tracked using blockchain. So, as I said, amazing opportunities to apply your knowledge into something which is relevant for people, relevant for governments, relevant for society. And hopefully this hackathon will give you another opportunity to test your ideas. And as I said, we have always committed that if there are homegrown solutions, many of you are representing colleges in our state, in our city. And if you come across something which is worth scaling up further, refining further, and applying full time, we'll be very happy to engage with you and take your ideas even further. So good wishes to all the participants. Congratulations to the organizers once again. And let us hope for a very successful hackathon, IBC.
Thank you so much, sir. Again, Shrikant sir, thank you so much for your support, your leadership, and your support. Without you, I don't think we could have reached out to so many students. And Jay sir, thank you so much for supporting IBC as always. I would tell you, it was an overwhelming success for IBC as a conference in 2018. We had 300 guests from outside visiting India for the first time. And the only thing they said was they never had such a good conference experience and never had such a good India experience or Hyderabad experience. And people really appreciate Hyderabad today in the Web3 community, all because of Jay sir's support. Again, this milestone for us is a global predecessor. The global Web3 community is looking at this as a new format of hackathon, and which we call as Skillathon. And that will be, obviously, we are looking to execute this with the leadership of Shrikant sir, the RM support at the task community, which has been excellent. I mean, the kind of effort the relationship management has done at task was incredible, and with the coordinations of the SPOCs at schools, the leadership at schools, we look forward to make this as a global event for all of us. Again, sir, thank you so much. Now, I would quickly like to, sir, do a thank you note from Mr. Paneer Selvam, who is the CIO at T-Hub. Sir, from you.
Very good morning to all of you, and thank you for being here, and welcome on behalf of T-Hub. At the same time, as you probably know, T-Hub is at the forefront of the technology and innovation. So it is very, very heartening to see the young innovators and students who are being a part of this hackathon. And at T-Hub, we are here to support all your endeavors on innovation and technology. So T-Hub belongs to the next generation of innovators and entrepreneurs. So feel free to come here often and make use of the best opportunities available in T-Hub And one thing I would like to add on Web 3.0, we all know the Web 1.0 was all about communication, 2.0 is all about the social conversations, and 3.0 is all about taking internet back into the hands of users and not necessarily into and so there's so much opportunity to innovate around the Web 3.0 area. So wishing you all the best, and thank you for being here. Thank you, sir, for being here. Thank you so much.
To just rush the schedule, because our leadership here has a government meeting to attend, so we'll take a tea break here, and there are some media bites that we need outside, sir. So Jay sir and Shrikant sir will do for the media bites. We'll take a tea break and we'll reconvene. Sorry to rush you in because we had a meeting that we had to attend for the government. So we'll take a tea break here and we do the media bites outside. So we'll be back in 10 minutes, everyone. Thank you.
Makes us and everything around us smart. right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the internet and connecting back to the internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. And everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart.
Hi everyone, we'll be starting momentarily. We're just having a break, but we will be joined by several participants very quickly. So give us a few minutes. We'll be starting in next 5 minutes. Thank you.
It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things?
Bhaskar.
Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll be resuming in another 5 minutes. Thank you.
Provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will resume the agenda. So I call upon the stage now Mr. Nagi Reddy, Delivery Head of Smart First Business Tech Mahindra, to share his perspective with us. He will be speaking on emerging technologies with focus on Web3 and about IBC Alt Hack and its integration with Tech Mahindra and the benefits. Thank you. Mr. Nagi Reddy, over to you.
Good morning to all of you. Good morning to the principals, the senior guides. I came to know that, as a part of this hackathon, you are encouraging the students. I would like to thank all of you. Welcome to this hackathon. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Nagi Reddy. I'm a practice leader for blockchain. I'm there with Tech Mahindra for past 16 years. In IT industry, I'm there for more than 26 years. I also have a non-IT experience about 5 years, but I was there in IT industry, started my career with TCS, the Scient, and then now in Tech Mahindra. Not too many companies, but I'm part of Tech Mahindra for past 16 years. That shows you that I spent a lot of time with Tech Mahindra. The opportunity that I got in Tech Mahindra actually gives you an idea. I'll come to the main point about hackathon part, but definitely I'm also going to focus on Web 3.0, but I will also take few minutes how my journey started. I'm actually an ERP consultant in the beginning. I'm a C++ Java programmer in the beginning. So most of my focus will be on the programming side. My talk will not be on much on the other side of the advantage of technology or Web 3.0 benefits, etc. So I will take my few minutes to talk about how my journey also started. I was also part of the hackathon meetings and hackathon sessions, and I grown up. Fortunately in Tech Mahindra, there is a lot of hackathon goes through the clients. So I was part of the KPN Telecom. I was part of Oracle and other expositions. So when I participated on the hackathon side, I used to wonder what exactly happens those days, but I don't know how many of you are really come prepared. I usually think when somebody invites me for hackathon, I thought there'll be lot of ideas will be around me, and I can just talk about it and I can be part of it and then find the solutions for them. So that's kind of mindset I have generally. First of all, I don't know whether this session can be made interactive or one-sided. I don't know. I love to make it interactive so that I can interact a lot. I'm not a regular speaker on all the forums. Anyway, so at Tech Mahindra, what is happening on Web 3.0? That's the main topic I've been given when I've actually, when I was invited to this session. So on Web 3.0, I guess if you are at this stage, sorry, I want to switch off this one. Web 3.0. What I see Web 3.0 is an evolution of blockchain with a decentralized finance, decentralized systems, growing to an area where you can actually integrate a seamless journey of the end customer. Web 3.0, how does actually Web 3.0 benefits to the end customer? So what is Web 3.0 is, again, we talk about so many things which is not clear at this particular point of time unless you actually implement a decentralized systems. Being fortunate to work on decentralized applications, DApps, which you are usually familiar with, the people who are familiar with blockchain, they all know about the DApps part. On the DApps part, when you actually have the provenance, trust, and the distributed computing which is going on at this particular moment, if you integrate all these three technologies, it will come into Web 3.0. In Web 3.0, you have, I'm heading the smart business, we call it a smart trust. So trust is the main important part in this business. Even though you combine metaverse with blockchain, or you combine the decentralized systems with the blockchain, you will definitely move into Web 3.0. See how I would like to take this opportunity to tell about how the blockchain has. Everybody knows how blockchain has evolved. How blockchain also made a way to Web 3.0. In Web 3.0, when you actually blockchain is basically a backend system. It improves trust, it improves the accountability, it increases the encryption technology, with the encryption technology, the security is enhanced. There's so many benefits of blockchain out there. Now, with respect to with using this blockchain, actually we have enhanced the existing IT systems. At the same time, we are also able to integrate the new ongoing technologies like metaverse, and you also have the current evolution of the open source systems, where we have like technologies which are existing. Currently, most of the we moved out of the vendor-centric systems to the open source systems. So we have a lot of privileges to be more creative with open source systems in the blockchain. Blockchain predominantly is an open source. So when we actually have integrate the blockchain with decentralized systems, and also we don't need to be part of developing from scratch. A lot of products are available in the market. The Web 3.0 basically integrates all the latest products also in the pipeline. That gives an opportunity for the innovation. A lot of products are available, but at the same time, they don't meet the existing requirements of Web 3.0. So what Web 3.0 is the next web after Web 2.0. Here, I would like to stress a little bit about where do you start Web 3.0? Whether you start from blockchain. Without blockchain, can you actually go into Web 3.0? Can you imagine Web 3.0 without blockchain? I guess at this particular point of time, no. Why? Because when you currently how many people in the world have adopted blockchain? Very few. Even still today, even though blockchain is existing now on the private networks, particularly on the private side, I'm not going to touch the public part. I'm not going to talk about cryptocurrency on the blockchain part, which again getting yet to be matured at this particular point of time. But the key benefits of blockchain have already come with private blockchain network. Everybody agrees with me on the private blockchain network. So on the private blockchain network, when you actually see how the systems are integrated with each other, how multiple systems can communicate with each other, how the API layer is actually able to conceal all your business functions and then give a very easy maneuvering or easy flexibility in the system in deploying these applications. Definitely, you will appreciate how Web 3.0 is evolving. So with the blockchain part, you can always start with the blockchain. Understanding blockchain is very important at this particular point. It's become a mandatory now for everyone to understand the blockchain technology behind this Web 3.0. With that, I think I will not use some the keywords which are already in the market, but definitely, I will, if a mic is provided or somebody, we can do an interactive interactive discussions in the beginning. I hope I made some thought. I shared my views on Web 3.0 at this particular point of time. That's all from my side. Any questions or Q&A? Not required? Yeah.
Would the audience like to ask Mr. Nagaredi some questions? The floor is open.
Anyone? You can meet me as well in case if you don't have right-away questions. That's about me. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Nagaredi. Round of applause, please. Our next speaker has just arrived. Please allow us 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome. Our next speaker is Vinay Agarwal. Welcome, sir. We've been eagerly waiting for you. Mr. Agarwal is the Global Head Business HR at Tech Mahindra, and today he will be sharing his insights on the perspective of a skilled workforce, which is very relevant to today's times in the context of Web3. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good morning. So first of all, thank you to IBC Media team for creating this hackathon. So I'll just quickly share the perspective from HR. So first of all, I have taken a very different career journey. So by training, I'm a chemical engineer from IIT Kanpur, then worked with manufacturing after MBA, then moved to IT, worked in IT for a little more than a decade on the software process side, software quality assurance, your CMMI, business continuity, InfoSec, the entire tech area, but from assurance perspective. And did a lot of consulting with various customers globally. And then in Bank of America, I was the head of quality for the IT captive. And Tech Mahindra last 9.5 years, a little more than 9 years, I've been doing HR. So basically, what I got to see from software quality assurance perspective, what is the industry, the scalability models, etc. Try to guide the whole IT industry towards. So in fact, in terms of technology, the last 2.5 years have really changed the whole life. The change, the way we work, the way we collaborate, the way we sell to the customer, the way customers have been buying us services. So the trend I see is that the journey going forward is more deep tech, right? So if we just look back and see 25 years back, so our generation, so it happened even now also. But companies like Infosys, TCS, and us, we used to basically massively recruit 250 people from the batch. Whether you've done civil engineering or you've done metallurgy, they say, okay, just give aptitude test, and they used to hire with truckloads, I used to say. And they got some skilling done, and they continue that knowledge and that skill, of course, continuously enhanced for 25 years. But that's not the case going forward. That's my personal view, right? So whenever anybody comes for some career advice, I say that technology is at the core of everything. So now all the social problems or business problems are being solved by technology. So I say if you have any interest in technology, I mean if you don't want to be a developer or get into a coding level, that's fine. But technology orientation, even for MBAs, etc. My own son basically, he was in third year, he was more inclined towards MBA. And I said that it's your choice. You can do MBA right away or do it after a few years. But if you like technology, don't leave it. And he's currently doing MS from Oxford. So technology, very skill-based, and the good thing is that it becomes so democratic. So if students do not have certain courses, if they realize that SFDC skill is very marketable, fetches good salary, they have an option to do it online. They realize that InfoSec is very hot skills, right? So if there's no course in the curriculum, we still have a choice to do it on several platforms. So the idea is that this is very clear writing on the wall, that technology is the core of every business. So right from even mom pop shop also, they have also small machine to do the cash management, right? So right from there to any enterprise, whether healthcare, BFSI, we know so many startups have become successful because banks do not have bellwether to really go to the villages and have branches, etc. So the journey going forward is completely skill-based. And technology itself, we know that it's evolving so fast and going forward also with this open architecture, right? So best in breed. So one large company cannot come with a solution to all your problems, right? So you pick up the best in breed for whichever area, integrate that. So that also enables evolution of technology very fast. And we've seen the last few years, the practices of hiring freshers and putting them to 6-month program has also become a thing of past. So basically, so we are at a stage going forward also, skill or job ready people is what industry is asking for, and it is no more just theoretical discussion, it is happening. So engagement happens in the 7th semester. The companies and the students, they have a dialogue saying that what skills they can develop before they join, and then they test, etc. So the whole point I'm saying is that in IT also, skill, continuously evolving skill and problem solving skill. So that's why I think many companies are doing hackathon-based hiring only. Right, so it's not just coding. Do you have basically an analytical mind to understand the problem statement, understand technology, work with a team? It's not that basically, every individual has to know everything, but you know enough and you have enough hunger and the mindset to solve problems, join the teams and solve the problem. So that's basically, I would say, the mindset which is expected by the industry. So I'm very delighted that this hackathon is organized, which I heard it's going to be multiple days, not one day. And that's very heartening because sometimes 24 hours is also a limitation, right? But if you have longer window and you have a platform where people from different sources can come together, collaborate, magic can really happen. So I congratulate all the teams who have chose to participate in this hackathon. And I'm hugely, I would say, hugely optimistic about the young talent. So their thought process is very different. They're very quick to learn, and they have intrinsic desire to really make a difference. So they're not people who are just looking for 30th for the paycheck. They really want to make a difference. So with that kind of mindset and the education behind you, all the best to all the teams, and would be really delighted to see what happens in terms of the experience of the hackathon and also in terms of the outcomes. So any other question anybody has, I can take up, but that's a few thoughts I thought I'd probably share with. And this, I'm very, very happy about this event being organized and this opportunity being provided to people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vinay. That was very interesting perspectives, especially about the young talent pool and your insights into that. And I'm sure there's a lot of takeaway for the audience there. Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Mr. Abhishek Pitti, who will give an overview of IBC's education and certification program agenda. So over to you, Mr. Abhishek.
So I want to start with giving you a little bit of a context, who is here, who is in the room, and also talk about why we are here. I think that would set the sort of all of us in the same orientation for the next, I would say, 9 days or 90 days or next 19 months. So first off, today we sort of are running a parallel ship. As I said earlier, we have 300 students at Tech Mahindra Auditorium starting their orientation. And then who we have here in the room is distinguished speakers, leadership from the government, leadership from the task office, the relationship managers, the industry speakers, thought leaders, and more importantly, the HR leadership in the city, as well as the college leadership, the education leadership within the city. And not just city, I would say across the state. So that is point number one. And we could have filled this room with students, but we did not want to mix the forum between students and the leadership because these are two different dialogues. This is about how this leadership will behave as, it's no more about, there is no more education, HR, and a student relationship. Earlier, these used to be silos. And what we believe now, it's a parent-teacher ward, or it's a parent-teacher or a parent-student relationship between all of us who are guiding these students to become something big in the future. So all of us are here, and we are almost acting like parents because there is no more, the Generation Z is not like Generation, X, where people used to work for 15 years for one organization. If this Generation Z doesn't believe truly that they have been cared, the financial rewards are not the only incentives that will keep these, intellectual minds within an organization. It is all about how much they believe that you offer more than just financial reward, number one. As an educational institute, they are not just looking for traditional curriculum, they are looking how much more you can add value to their foundation to grow as an educational institution. As a government, obviously, as we all know, now it's not just India as a platform, but globe as a platform. So the migration of intellectual talent happens if the government don't be more responsive and more proactive about these initiatives. So to summarize the point, it has become almost of a parent responsibility as us. Now, why are we here and what is the program? Like we've been talking about hackathon and we've been talking about conference. I just want to quickly crystallize for you what we are trying to do as IBC Media. My background is I basically graduated from this very state with my undergrad degree and then went to the US, spent 15 years, did my master's in aerospace engineering, did my MBA from Harvard University in Boston, sold 2 technical startups. But what I realized was the difference between me and my classmates was the awareness of what the global opportunities were. And the whole purpose of this program that we are doing with the government and the reason you are in this room is we want to collaborate with you today to bring that awareness that the IITs and the IIMs and the Harvards of the worlds have to all schools across Telangana. And that awareness is the number one step to motivate these students, the overachievers who have the grit, who have the motivation but don't have direction. So this is our small contribution as IBC Media to collaborate with extraordinary leadership to bring that awareness. So can we go to the next slide? Oh, here, sorry. So I'll quickly talk about 4 things. The 5-year agenda that we have set out with the government, what we call Skillathon. Vinay just pointed out how more time gives more leadership and opportunity for students to build quality products. And then what is the incentives we are setting out for people, and then what is the governance for this program. This is the summary of the program. We are trying to create a 5-year upskilling program for 1 million developers. We want to create education opportunity for 1,000 engineering schools and all schools to get their students upskilled. We want to create 1,000 new startups in the Web3 space, quality startups, and then educate 10 million users in Web3. We will do this through education programs. We will do this through 20 hackathons. And we'll talk about why 20 hackathons. Why not just one hackathon, a 3-day hackathon, and be done with it? And we have DeFi competitions, 20 of them. We have 40 plus startup competitions. And then we have 5 major conferences. And these conferences are basically the place where we celebrate the participation of the industry, the education, and the recruiting leadership, and the students. Now, I want to quickly share why we think this is a great format and why 20 hackathons and why we are doing it in a sequence manner. So our goal is to get the students industry ready before they even graduate. And the new format of getting jobs is, in addition to what you get at school, the engineering degree or the undergrad degree, or when I say schools, I mean colleges, is you need to demonstrate your skill, not just have skills, but you have to demonstrate your skills. Now, typically, hackathons have been for engineers who have some skills already, and they're coming and building something, and they deliver that in 3 days. From that, some ideas come out. But what happens to the majority of the developers who are not familiar with a new technology like Web3? The college staff is learning, the industry is learning, then how can we expect students to already know what Web3 is? So we want to basically start from there and not do a 3-day format, but do a 9-day training program before we put these students on a journey to build something over the next 2 months where they have the opportunity to compete globally and demonstrate their skills, where these students will then win on not just, they will not just get educated, get awareness, interactions with top industry leaders, but then on you see the journey of a student participating in Hack 1 who has no idea about what Web3 is, will start to build independently over a period of time. In Hack 2, will start to build with trainers, will start to get, earn prizes, earn grants, get jobs, get investments, and then let's say if they build a good startup, they also get acceleration. But this is a journey. This is a journey of 5 years, and there is no restriction for anybody to participate. Even an undergrad year, like a college student from first year can participate right from the beginning. I can give you hundreds of examples where art students, lawyers, people from chemical backgrounds, engineering backgrounds have come, done the same format of training and got very high paying jobs in the industry in Web3. And I would like to recap one single point, that this industry is rewarding talent that can demonstrate development. This is not about how many degrees you have, how many certifications you have. No, if you can demonstrate that you have participated in 4 hackathons, build something great, you are rewarded, and the rewards are extraordinary. A 2-year developer in this industry can easily get up to $100,000 to $500,000 in salary globally. Work from home. The benefits are nothing that has ever been passed on to a community of developers in India. So I'm just pointing out the developer benefits, but if you go to startups and grants, the numbers are just extraordinary. Now, I want to tell you what we are bringing to the table. We are bringing a lot of set of prizes for the participants of the students. This program is heavily geared towards motivating the students. The students are getting swag, which is the merchandise for the event. They're getting conference tickets. They're getting certification, certificates, internship certificates. They're getting, again, merchandise, sponsorship prizes, grants, jobs. This is all one solution for not just training, but also taking a student all the way to the job profile. We track the progress of all these students, and we report them to the colleges, we report them to the government, and we track how each of these students are progressing. And ultimately, it creates job and it creates recognition for the schools. The idea is not to just provide incentives to the students, but also the leadership and the mentorship they get from people in the room here. And I would like to just talk about 3 things that we are doing for 3 different sets of participants in the governance programs. I think the graphics got a little much, but the first one is the RMs, the relationship managers from the skill boards. A key touch point for all leadership, for all schools. We will be incentivizing them, and they will be a key component, key partner in this program. 2 is the top SPOCs in the schools. When I say SPOCs, could be placement officers, could be professors, could be administration, but we will be collaborating with the top leadership in every college. And then college as a whole. We want to recognize colleges that are doing exceptionally well in promoting and motivating their students to participate in these emerging technologies globally. I mean, I could understand earlier you did not have a venue or an avenue to channel the direction to the students, but now that the task organization is providing that avenue, we want to recognize colleges that are taking part into this initiative and channeling this information to their students. But now, just to sort of throw a little shed of light on what these incentives will look like. For RM rewards, we will be tracking metrics like how many hackathons are they participating, how many colleges are they reaching out to, how many students are participating from each college, how many submissions these students are doing, and the weightage of them will be calculated, and we will track the RMs across the cities, across even larger footprint. The rewards will include gift vouchers, top skill development RM award at the conference, national emerging tech job leader certificates for the RMs. SPOCs. We believe that SPOCs of the college, when I say SPOC, the leadership at the college is a key component because you are the direct touch point to the students. Again, we are tracking similar metrics for the college SPOCs and have rewards like gift reward, Best Student Advisor Award for the top SPOCs, and National Emerging Tech College Advisor certificates for these participants. Again, the idea is to make sure that you're recognized for the hard work you put behind these students, because most of the time the advisor jobs are very thankless jobs, and they are not recognized. And lastly, the colleges. We will track the performance of the colleges, and we will do the college ranking based on how each college is performing. It will be displayed publicly on the web, where we will display which college is promoting the most number of emerging technology students, because directly or indirectly, that is a huge, it's very instrumental and has directly a good impact on the number of students that will get recruited in the industry. We'll have the Best Student Parent Award for the principal, and we will have National Emerging Tech College certificate for the college on an annual basis. So again, we are doing a little bit from our side to create a great governance system, the leadership, and incentivize it to make this program successful. But we want to make sure that we keep coming back to you and give a progress update on the program so that we continue to make progress. With that, I think I would continue our agenda for the rest of the afternoon. We have some excellent speakers, panels throughout. You will also hear from Polkadot, growth team talking about what Polkadot is in the afternoon. And we'll be joined by many more guests who are speakers. So I welcome you all again. Vinay, thank you so much for sharing the insights. Nagiredi sir, thank you so much again. We will hear from all of us again after break. We're breaking for lunch very soon. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. That was very insightful on IBC's overall agenda, vision, and goals. As Mr. Abhishek has mentioned, we will take a break for lunch. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can head out for lunch, and we'll regroup again with a whole lot of immersive activities, which includes panel discussions and a lot of top-line speakers. So, let's regroup after 45 minutes. Thank you.
It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's lives. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around. It has agents of change.
One %. I'll prove it to you. You have to have 8 meals a day.
We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. Internet of Things. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart. It is the most important innovation that is happening around us. What is Internet of Things? Taking anything that's not connected to the Internet and connecting back to the Internet for efficient use to ease people's life. It has the ability to make our environment smart. This provides the opportunity to the smart lives. IoT is going to be one of the biggest agents of change. We at Nitro aim to drive mass adoption of IoT. We want to make the world a smarter place. It all starts with you. A smart world where we live conscious lives, efficient lives, productive lives. We live life in a smart way. And we believe that IoT is going to be one of the biggest catalysts that makes us and everything around us smart. Right from your home to large infrastructure and everything in between. Come join us to make our world smart.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good lunch. Welcome back. We will continue with today's events, and we have a lineup of panel discussions and 2 speakers. So I can promise you some very interesting hours ahead. So first off, may I invite the next panelists in the agenda. The panelists are Mr. Vishwanath Raju, Head India Talent, Dun & Bradstreet. He would be our moderator. Ms. Janani Prakash, CHRO, Quantela. Karuna Vempala, VP Head, Global Talent Acquisition, Signity. Suresh Kumar Tedalpu, Global Recruitment Director, Critical Liver. May I request you all to come up to the podium, please? Yeah, so we are all set for the first of a series of panel discussions. Please, ladies and gentlemen, you can go ahead. I'll just be giving you the mic here.
Especially sessions after lunch, we're not very sure how many are awake, how many have missed. How many of you had? How many of you are in some kind of diet? Okay, so definitely you both will be awake. How many of you are on a diet where you see everything and you eat everything? Right? So we should be careful about those people. So thank you very much IBC for this opportunity, and this topic is very, very close to me. And when Abhishek told that we would want you as a speaker, I was like, when is that happening? So you can understand the kind of energy and enthusiasm I have for this slot. So I have esteemed panelists, and best thing is all of them are my friends. So I will also pull their legs. And in fact, best part is none of them know what questions I'm going to ask. Right? So this makes you guys to be kind of, you can actually smile upon. So Janani, I think I'll put you on spot first. So much of talk on Web3. Hey, whoa, a lot of things. If you have to tell the audience who's maybe somebody who's 10th class kind of person, how can you refine that to make sure that they all understand what is Web3? The second follow-up question is your initial inputs on how it is perceived by the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishwa. I'm just wondering how we can keep you all awake in the next several minutes. But let me start with a response to what Vishwa just asked. Web 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. And I'm going to assume that nobody knows any of these terms here, because I also started like a novice to understand this, right? Several years back, when probably I started using the computer, when I was in class 10, 12, when computers just came in India, there were websites. We used to pay to the internet centers, go to the internet center and then look through what's there. And all we could do is we could read, isn't it? There was no opportunity for us to interact with the net. And that pretty much is a read-only internet, that's Web 1.0, for everyone's understanding. Now, around 2004 time frame, how many of you remember something called Orkut? Orkut? Yeah? One of our first social media accounts, isn't it? After that came Facebook. So Orkut brought in some friends closer a little bit and a lot of strangers also, and there is this continuous curiosity of, I think somebody strange is looking at my profile, maybe I'm special, all that, right? And then there was this ability to go back and respond if somebody wrote something to us. Yahoo chats, how many of you remember the chat rooms? That's like a very big curiosity when I was in like 12th or college first year, because that's when all of this were just starting. So these were the immediate examples that popped up in my mind when I started thinking about the journey of Web 2.0. But then journeys are always long. They are not 1 day, 2 day, few weeks, isn't it? I think Web 2.0 has had like a long 15, 20 years of journey, 15 plus years for sure. But now comes our hero for today, which is Web 3.0. Now, I forgot to mention the feature of the earlier one, which is Web 2.0 is there is read and write options. And let me give some very relevant today examples that all of us can relate to. We all have Facebook accounts, we have Instagram accounts, we post our content, we respond to the content, people respond to ours. We can write our own Wikipedia pages, right? So there is an active user and system interaction, or like internet is, it's not like somebody just gives us data and we are not in a read-only mode. We are in an interacting mode, but we are writing there, isn't it? So that's the feature of Web 2.0. 3.0 is already happening, if you see. A few years back, for the first time, when I was just, I think when my daughter was a baby, I was buying all small children's dresses and all that. And suddenly, one fine day, I got this recommendation saying, I think you should be buying this. I was wondering, how did this happen? And back then, it was just starting with business intelligence tools. But then over a period of time, it became like somebody is studying my patterns of how I'm browsing Google, Amazon, Facebook, LinkedIn, and then giving me recommendations. Oh, now this is personalized to me. I think that's when Web 3.0 started penetrating. And sorry for a slightly longish answer. I thought it's just easier for everyone to understand what we're even going to talk through, right, for the next several minutes. But there are other features to Web 3.0, and we will talk about it over the next several minutes. But then newer aspects that we need to certainly be cognizant of: AI, ML, artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, a lot around security. I think I will leave it there from a skills perspective.
Thanks, Janani. I think that was a great input to start with. You definitely have made a lot of people awake. But let me go to Karuna. So how many of you know about this law called Martek's law? Have you heard this terminology? Martek's law. So what he says is that on an x-axis, if you have technology upgradation or advancement, on y-axis he talks about technology adoption. So there is this curve, and there's always a back-end kind of thing. You are always trying to catch up, right? So I'm sure 4G, 5G is a great example. We are trying to understand what is 4G, 5G is already there. So from a skill standpoint, Karuna, I think we barely understand what is Web 3.0 today. And we are also opposed to our CEO's comment say that we need to hire these people. So talk about some industry perspective of how you are, from a hiring standpoint, that goes. Thank you very much.
I think that's a beautiful question, Vishwa. My name is Karan. I take care of talent for Signity. My company is basically $200 million company. We are a strong technology company in India, Hyderabad, whatever it is. In the last 20 years, I've been hiring people on the technology side of the hiring. I'm doing it. But in the last 3 years, it's been very murkier that I'm doing because talent war is so high. I think you're not getting talent there. Each one is holding multiple offers. Things are crazy in the marketplace. That too, when I talk about super niche areas like blockchain or machine learning, Python technologies, Angular technologies, or cloud technologies, they're even murkier because you're not getting talent there. So the journey is going to be, whenever you're talking about niche, super niche, ultra niche areas, I think one mantra is going to be upskilling and reskilling and cross-skilling. That's the mantra there. I think when I was looking at blockchain technologies, say machine learning technologies, I think in India right now, about 11% of the entire world population, I think sitting in India, who are I think working on blockchain technologies, maybe AI, machine learning, Python area, maybe C# and C++, coders, they're there right now in the marketplace. Out of, I think, world has got about 30 billion, I think, business we got for blockchain technologies. India has got only 1.3 billion, I think, revenue that we are making out of blockchain technologies. I think the world is going to be pretty, I think, radical for blockchain technologies. Except crypto area, I think maybe blockchain is one of the areas that's catching up really well in the marketplace. Point of hiring point of view, we are doing right now hiring on various technology skills. We are hiring on hyper automation, we are hiring on DevOps, we are hiring on digital areas. And right now, we've acquired a company which is Roundsphere, which is basically into machine learning AI area, where I think market is very, very hot. Unless until you have companies like IBC, which is basically working on upskilling, cross-skilling, reskilling people, I think giving about 20,000 people to the community in the next 3 years or 4 years. That's going to be a great journey there. I want to thank IBC for, I think, doing this event by calling talent leaders like me, Janani and Suresh. That's a great story there. But what is happening is that now if you look at the entire industry, about 15 lakh people are coming into market. Engineers are coming into market. Out of 15 lakh people coming into market, only 5% are deployable. Employability is not a problem in India, but employability is a problem in India. Employment is not a problem in India. Because currently, I think, barring the TAPers or IITs and NITs, the biggest problem is going to be coding is a problem. I think BTech graduates are not having coding, they're not doing coding, they're not having communication skills, they're not having human skills. I think 3 areas which are important, maybe all engineering colleges, maybe IBC can actually collaborate with all engineering colleges, focus on the coding area. Coding is going to be like Java programming, Python programming, C++ programming, these 3 areas. Then I think communication is a mantra, I think to have a greater skill for the blockchain technology community, is what my view.
Thank you, thank you. I think we wanted to tell you that if you guys think that IBC event is happening here, you are partly correct. There are 2 events happening in from IBC's point of view. There is a event which is happening in Tech Mahindra also. They are talking about close to 1,000 students now, or 800 students there. They're doing this hackathon kind of thing, right? So thanks to IBC for that. So Karuna, I think you actually laid out an interesting point, and you actually lead us to the URL thing, right? So I'm sure many of you know about the new URL, right? How many of you know the new URL? URL. Have you heard this terminology called unlearning, relearning, and all of that stuff? Yes, no? Okay. So a lot of Web 1, Web 2 kind of skill set are already available, Suresh, right? And now the industry is moving through Web 3, right? You as a company, what are you doing to ensure that these technologies are actually incubated within the organization? And as a CHRO, what is your view of future? What kind of hiring that you should be doing? Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Vishwa, and thanks IBC for giving this opportunity. So I'm currently with a company where I act as a global head of talent acquisition and operations. So the Web 3.0, how it really affects in the coming years. So everybody heard in 1.0 is only read only, and that's 2.0 is read and write, and the third one is 3.0 is basically own and execute. See, everybody nowadays, as Jeremy has rightly given an example of, while you are looking into Facebook or Amazon or any other sites. So the important topics are, whenever you are going regularly in terms of what are the things that you are looking, then they throw some kind of recommendations getting into, you are specifically interested in these subjects. So you will get more insights about some new things or a lot of things that is coming up. So this is a new concept where everybody is moving from 2.0 to 3.0, people are saying, but we are already there in 3.0. And we don't know how long we'll sustain here, because a lot of things are happening nowadays, even blockchain, artificial intelligence. And in terms of recruitment activities, earlier we used to do, well, I was with TCS. So it's everything is manual. Okay, starting from sourcing the profile from the job sites, there is no LinkedIn that period. So we have only two, that is 2-3 sites, Monster, Naukri and all this. So moving from the regular traditional way of moving from recruitment to automation, now we have CPA, a lot of ATS tools are nowadays, and Workday, and a lot of things are coming up, and we are moving it in a very different shape altogether. Now the new concept, even in recruitment also, we have blockchain and artificial intelligence. Even the picture of an individual who come for an interview, okay, we will see whether he has already appeared or he's anytime appeared or he has yet to appear or how long he was there. Everything, the data will be captured actually. So we are working with one company, and I am giving, suggesting them or helping them in terms of how we need to downsize, or we can see how are we getting the right people for the right job, or the same guy is coming in a different way. Today he is putting Java experience, tomorrow some other experience he is keeping, and we are rejected in 6 months back. How we are getting all the things. We are developing one software where we are getting all the things to be developed, and again 3.0 really helps in that actually. So these are some of the things where we are asking everybody to come up and brush themselves in the new technologies, where blockchain, artificial intelligence, Python programming, even the guys who are having experience in Java and all the technologies where it supports the new technologies. It will be easy for them to abreast themselves, to reskill themselves in the new technologies, where it really helps the companies, where we are looking for a not a traditional way or the previous Java, I need a Java guy coding or testing kind of thing. We are looking for a resource who is having both experience in terms of development and testing, and even I can use him for a business analyst for some of the projects what we are getting in the market. Yeah. That is what I am looking.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Suresh. So I think you made us to think about another point of view. So there is this interesting research done by Bay Area, and it was also confirmed by World Economic Forum. Because of the advent of Web3, the new skill sets have actually come in. The existing skills are no more required, or actually there's an incremental value that has to be created. So from those skill set standpoint, if anyone can take a kind of plunge on, what are the new types of skill sets that we will be considering to hire new set of people? So if anyone wants to add something.
Probably I can take it up that. So currently you talk about digital technologies, Angular technologies, then we are talking about Web 3 technologies, we are talking about it. I think in digital area, I think we are talking about a lot of machine learning, data scientists, cloud areas, edge computing, so many things are coming into foray. I think my view is that top skills are going to be robotic process automation, IoT, blockchain, AI, machine learning, Python. I think coding is going to be the key there. Then also cyber security and security areas are, I think, one of the great things that is happening in the marketplace, because they're not getting people in the market. I think my view is that people, I think they need to grab more on niche areas, super niche areas. People are settling down at Java, .NET, Python area. They need to basically migrate to different areas of cutting edge technologies. I think they can actually cut the cake there.
Yeah. So one of the cornerstone for Web3 is blockchain, and cornerstone of blockchain somewhere is cyber security. I would want generally to talk about the cyber security way of looking at how this is evolving, and especially in a healthcare, life care kind of a industry that you are in. It's very important for you to develop kind of technology where you are actually managing the entire data security and all of that stuff. If you can talk about it, thank you.
Yeah, sure. So just a small thing about my organization. We're not into healthcare. We're making cities smart, but we use a lot of data, AI, and everything else, cybersecurity. Certainly everything is there. All right. So cybersecurity, again, I look at many things as a journey. If you look at technology stack earlier, like some 10 years ago, it was app development, and then followed by infrastructure, then technology support services, and then came cybersecurity. But suddenly, in the last 3 years at least, I'm able to see that in app development, there is a breakup of niche skills or super niche skills, and then the traditional development skills. The security skills are almost featuring along with the niche and super niche. From a demand perspective, demand supply ratio perspective, compensation perspective, and and the number of options that are available as well. Like suddenly, look at it, right? Let's look at how the world has emerged. First, we did not have data everywhere. But we had technologies like artificial intelligence and all much before only. It was not used because data was not available. Then data came in. And then along with data and artificial intelligence and everything else, things started working with each other. Development is happening, infrastructure is happening. And where do you host it? Okay, I was hosting it all with something in a physical setup. From there, I'm moving suddenly to cloud. Then, okay, infrastructure has developed and therefore cloud is there. Okay, people are learning cloud. But with cloud comes cloud security. And security is there again in all the areas. If you're doing normal coding, then there also there is security. And under security, there are again several areas, right? Like, for example, we all might have got these emails saying your CEO is messaging you, or like we have this, I mean, we have done it as test also. Somebody who's very important in the organization, it appears as if they have sent an email with a link. You just click, the entire organization's information is taken away. It's a phishing link. For that, you have phishing experts who are able to determine whether there is a phishing attack that could happen or not. Vulnerability testing. There are just so many under cybersecurity itself. Now, it's very important. If you look at the demand-supply ratio, I think less than 10%. I think some 7 to 8% of pure-play cybersecurity professionals are available all over the world who are experienced and can serve a cause. But more than 60% of the people are considering themselves to be aware of cybersecurity. So that's the gap between what people think of themselves versus what's the reality. And how do we entrust our organization's security with people who are only so much aware, right? So that's definitely an area for upskilling, for colleges, for companies like IBC if they are investing in upskilling. Certainly that's a huge area. And organizations are also doing a lot of effort within to focus on cybersecurity.
Thank you. So I think you made one point very clear.
In terms of cybersecurity, I just want to give some more side. So there are two things in terms of why we are using more in cybersecurity in most of the companies and most of the sites as well. The two things is privacy and security. So these two plays a major role in terms of cybersecurity. So in terms of the data security, privacy, if at all, whatever, majority of the financial institutions, organizations, they are using this security breach or security and the privacy what we have in terms of the documents that we have downloaded and uploaded. So cyber security is basically, again, because I work for a company named RIM Technologies where they're specialized in cyber security. So SOC, SIM, what these guys will do, basically, see, I had been a part of one of the event happened with NIA, National Investigation Agency. So we have presented one case to them how we detect actually the culprits or the terrorists in terms of revolving here and there. So we told them we had given some kind of product, how we need to investigate and how we need to see how we are working around in terms of cyber securities or identifying the people in terms of from frauds and all this. So even the vulnerability testings we have worked on, even what Janani has just now spoke in terms about the vulnerability testings. So in terms of ethical hacking, we are specialized in that, and we had been part of some of the events that we have organized and specialized in terms of ethical hacking, and we need to see what is the data that is breaching out. Even our site is also got hacked actually one time actually, and we had been investigated and we have updated the same. So privacy and security, these are the major ones that basically looks on the 3.0. Majority of the organization, basically more in the financial organizations.
Thank you. So Karuna, I think there are a lot of educationalists here. I think they would get a lot of help from people like us. What do you think they should be focusing on from a future education change management point of view? Especially not on skills, because I think skills somewhere they will understand, but more from how personality, as a personality, you spoke about human being as a human being, I think in all the conversation. So bring about some of the things that you look at from a personality standpoint that they should be building on for the future of India. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I think I told you earlier, I think totally 15 lakh engineering graduates are coming into every year into the marketplace in India. I've been talking to people in the last 20 years. The biggest problem is going to be communication, presentation, human skills. I think the softer areas of skills are missing in the student community right now. I think that is the one area, softer area. Second is going to be coding is going to be a very, very important mantra, because I believe engineering colleges, barring those IITs, NITs and Tapers and Mahindras, remaining urban and semi-urban rural colleges, possibly they need to focus on the coding and communication skill. I think nothing else. I think coding and communication and interpersonal skills are very, very key for the success. Because when they come for a GD program, out of 100 people, only 10 people are clearing GD program. They're not able to communicate really well to the people. Because when they talk to clients in the US or UK or Canada, they're not able to communicate. They may be intelligent people. They may be strong coders. They're not able to communicate really well. I think engineering colleges students need to basically put an English teacher. Then I think continuously every year, they need to have a strong Java coding skills, .NET coding skills, Microsoft technologies and Sun technologies. You have to keep it. That way, maybe they can have a better conversion when you talk about placement programs.
Yeah.
I have something to
One
add.
second, I'll just, I think we are thinking the same direction. So generally you do a lot of work with education institutions, and I remember a couple of times when we went and spoke about the curriculum kind of a thing. If you can just talk about, not mentioning the name of the college or something, what is that you are doing for the society from an education standpoint? Maybe that is the thing. If you want to add something that if I missed, please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to add to the question that you had with Karuna, and then following that I will respond to this. See, oftentimes we think we need tech skills, communication skills, but let's look at how world has changed. Today everybody has a social media profile. LinkedIn is also constantly evolving with the kind of programs they are doing, right? We all have seen people used to first post long articles and then these short snippets. And then you had people having these very short 30 seconds videos. Some people even post 3-4 minutes videos that nobody looks probably. Attention span has come down. Now, with this, recently I've seen that LinkedIn podcasts have started coming in. It's just listening, right? And they are not available if you're not listening to them live. Now, the point is not about LinkedIn, but the kind of people that are coming into the podcasts and speaking are students like you also, along with very experienced people like some of us on the stage. So, the industry has evolved in such a way where we do not look at years of experience. It's merely going to thrive on talent. And for that, one of the fundamental aspects that students need to develop is also our own self-esteem. There are tier 3 college students who may feel they're lesser than a tier 1 or tier 2. But you can actually become a founder, and a tier 1 person could be working in an organization. How you can become a founder is what I will focus on. And I've seen this happen with the number of students that I've worked on. You can do several projects, and then I'm linking it to social media. How to position yourself in social media is very important. Not putting a picture of I ate idli for the morning. No. This is the project I've worked on. This is the technology I'm currently learning. These are the people I have worked on. Continuously keep posting about the kind of work that you are doing. Over a period of time, people will watch. You will start developing followers. And do not do all of this for developing followers. And college lecturers, teachers that are here, with all due respect, I'm telling this to you also, saying please encourage students to do this, because that's how the world is transforming. So one side, you're building your skill. Second, you're also publicizing about the skill that you're learning. Plus, because of that, you're motivating yourself to do more projects, find new people. And there are a lot of people here who are having opportunities for giving. You may not get money to start with, but that's okay. You're going to gain experience. And experienced people are the ones who are, experienced freshers are the ones all of us want actually in the industry. So that's one of the primary skills I thought you should do. Do projects, post about that, have a good social media profile. So that's an extension to what Karuna responded, Vishwa. So I'll ask you, what was the question you asked me again?
So what is your suggestion to the education institutions sitting here for them to understand what they should really focus on for their future skills for their students who are coming in the next 4 or 5 years to the industry that you're talking about? Sure.
There are a lot of research papers that are available, right? If you look at last several years, at least in the last 2 years, the abundance of materials that are available for all of us always makes us feel that we are short of having studied, having completed what I intended to study. And it's available, it's applicable for students, professors, working professionals, everyone. So from that standpoint, I think one of the main tech aspects that you can follow on is Gartner. Gartner releases Gartner's hype cycle every year, and initially they were doing it only for regular tech, but now for emerging tech also they are publishing. Web 3.0 also they have published papers. So I think it's important for us to study those, understand what's upcoming. Now, not limiting to that. Do not take anything that is 2 years to 5 years or 5 years to 10 years. Take 0 to 2 years only, because that's what the industrialists are already grappling with. Just so you know how it is. It's just like a sinusoidal curve, and then you have the 0 to 2 years, 2 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years, and 10 years and beyond. That's how there are dots plotted. It's a scatter plot. So the 0 to 2 years one, I think if professors can look at modularizing some of those. For example, cloud is a huge need. Cybersecurity is a huge need. How can your baseline knowledge on some of these skills for all students will definitely make them relevant in the college. And you can partner with industries, because industry also wants this. You see, it's a win-win strategy for both companies and students. Employability will automatically become better. And then you can ask for projects on these skills. So it's like a proper compendium that we will need to put together in collaboration with industry and college, and it can be made possible.
Yeah, thank you. So Suresh, you have been on the industry board mentorship, and I think when I was talking to you last time, you said at any given point in time 10 to 15 industry leaders and students you mentor. So can you talk about some 2-3 things that you talk to these students or industry mentors? What are they and how do you think that is changing the way we are doing things?
So we visit all the major universities and affiliate colleges. So what we taught to them, and I will speak to all the placement officers and talk to them in terms of what we are looking as a company. So what is that we are looking? If at all the resource or the candidate who was an excellent resource, but he doesn't know, he don't know what he wants to do, or he is absolutely zero in terms of only on the theoretical part he will read the things, but thinking in terms of in a different perspective altogether. It is not only on the path that showed by the colleges. It is that you need to come up and say that in the third year, the project what you want to do. It is not that every time the college principal or some of the teachers say that you do this project and you will get this. So that kind of evaluation has to happen and say that I want to be like this. In the next 3 years, I want to see myself where the other person, how I'm different from others. So those kind of things, the technologies, I will speak to them, and even our technical guys will go to the third year, fourth year college guys, and we talk about the technologies, what we are looking for. The persons will get trained in the particular part, and then we will induct them in our process. Yeah. So that's where actually we are helping the colleges in getting the ready reckoner for the things that what we are looking for.
So Karuna, I would want to spend, maybe you want to spend some time on internship per se, because
internship?
How does it really transform the student and also transform the curriculum?
Okay.
Maybe then that will be our penultimate question, and I'll actually leave it to the audience for any interesting questions that you guys have. Thank you.
I think that's a brilliant thing happening right now on the internship point of view. Earlier, I think we were talking about only 3-month internship in a college, in a company for about in the 4th year or 3rd year. Right now, what is happening is that I think 2nd year onwards, people are doing internship in the colleges. I think 3rd year onwards, they're getting offer letters from actually 20 lakh package, 30 lakh packages. I think if you are immersing into the company from the 2nd year, 3rd year onwards, the culturally, technologically, I think you're getting embraced into the company, into the story there. That way, I think you'll become a full-time employee once you complete your 4th year degree. I think internship is going to be, I think, good mantra. But right now, what is happening is that only a few colleges, only I think tier 1 colleges or tier 2 colleges are talking about 1-year internship, 2-year internship. I think maybe urban and semi-urban colleges, still they're talking about old-centric process. They need to basically upgrade to 1-year internship program. They need to basically join student for internship program from the 4th year onwards. They'll be working in a company for 1 year. Then they'll actually get the technology, they'll get the culture, they'll get the overall dynamics of the company to get there. I think that's my view on that.
Thank you. So any parting remarks that you guys want to make before we actually leave the floor open to questions? Anyone?
One thing I wanted to, tell this forum is that no, I think we are talking about, I want to have a radical view on, what has to be taught in engineering colleges. I think out of 4 years, maybe my view is that no, 2 years you have to teach only coding, nothing else. I think you teach coding, Java coding, .NET coding, Python coding, because right now industry needs coders, geeks and technology guys. That is actually one mantra. Then second is that no, after coding, presentation is very, very critical, communication is very, very critical, you teach that. Then third is going to be, you make people to dream. I think people are dreaming it. If you dream, I think you can achieve a lot of things there in the market. I think people are not dreaming. They're, talking about only WhatsApp and Facebook and Instagram. I think teach also how to act on LinkedIn. I think only few colleges, they're actually creating a profile of BTech student on the LinkedIn, but I think we have to teach people to go to LinkedIn on the third year, fourth year onwards, understand what industry is talking about it.
Thank you. Guys, any questions that you guys have? We have 5 more minutes before we will be thrown out of this place. Thank you. Okay. Ma'am, can
Thank you for this opportunity. As we were just discussing, you were just discussing about cybersecurity, sir. I have a question here. We have BSc Forensic Science as one of our streams. Now, what kind of opportunities do these students have from forensic science? I understand that a subject like forensic science needs the candidate to be expert in the subject, and they definitely have to do their masters. But the common question that I face from the parents is like, what kind of future would they have, let's say from the graduation level itself, if somebody wants to get into a computer, probably cybersecurity, or what kind of future would the students have who are taking up forensic science? Even if you're talking about cybersecurity.
Yes. So it's a very good question. See, the thing is, from colleges, we have recently visited JNTU for the cybersecurity professionals, and the students who are completing third year, I think, we have interviewed some candidates, and we had given some kind of brief picture of what are the opportunities for cybersecurities across the globe. So specialists will be there, cybersecurity specialist, VAPT, vulnerability testing and penetration testing. So SOC, SIM, these are some of the specialized things that what we look, ethical hacking. So we specifically encourage associate to get into that kind of new technologies for them in terms of cyber securities. Okay, it is not only cyber security means only do some part of part. So what we induct, if at all we go for a recruitment activity, so we will teach them in terms of the entire cycle of the cyber security. It is not like coding kind of part. See, VAPT itself is a huge subject. So if the site has been hacked, so what are the vulnerabilities we will test actually? We will get around 40 to 50 reports. So where the site has been hacked. Actually our site has been hacked in Indonesia. So we have done a lot of things in terms of how the things are happening basically. So what are the privacy, what are the security measures? So even the cyber police has taken our services for one of the activity. So it is not restricted to only one side. We can say that you please specialized in this one. So it's a very vast subject, cyber security. So they can get into a lot of modules, lot of technologies in that, and they can move it around.
Thank you, but I would also like to ask, do they have any internship opportunities with your organization? Can we reach out to you in terms of internships?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, sir.
So I think question was more on forensic thing. So I think the answer is basically specialization and super specialization, right? So with specialized degree, you might become a journalist, and everywhere you try, you will not get anywhere. With a super specialization, you will be very focused in that particular area. And if you are, in fact, the student would know if the guy is doing the super specialization because he would know which companies are hiring. In fact, we came up with one of the algorithm. A student had actually made 30 years of data of a specific company, and he had actually created a small bot of what kind of questions could come in that super specialization area, and he actually taught the entire batch. So this research is there in the paper if you can read it. And they said that the students, when they had gone through this 4-day training with the student, they said that 4 years of course that I have learned is equivalent to 3 days of training that this person has done to me. So that is the kind of bite-size or bit-size learning I think Janani was also talking about. So super specialization is the mantra, ma'am. If I'm giving you the right answer, thank you.
Just want to add one thing. Organizations where forensic science is being used, I think big fours. You should, I think you can engage in conversations with big fours like Deloitte, PwC, KPMG, and EY. They all have a huge cybersecurity vertical under which forensics is a specific area. And they would love to have BSc forensics to start with because they can train them and then they can also have higher education tie-ups and all that. So I think you should just engage in conversations. Maybe there is a possibility that they are also not aware that BSc forensics has come. Like for me, it's news today. I did not know something like this is there.
Ours is the first college, in fact, one of the colleges in India itself who offers BSc Forensic Science.
Then I would highly recommend this place.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you
for
the
suggestion. All the best, I'll say congratulations for that. Okay guys, I think we can take one more question. If it is easy, then I'll answer. If it is tough, I'll have my seniors answer it.
Good. Very nice panel discussion. My question is, now everybody is talking about coding, software skills and all. If you see the colleges, most of the IT students and computer-based students are getting selected, most of them, if they are good at coding and all. So what about other students, core students, mechanical, electrical, instrumentation, civil? So they also are required. And especially for India, after strategic sector, defense and aerospace, these skills are required. So I want to know what you have got plans to see that everybody is selected, everybody gets a job from the institution, not only IT and computer students.
I think I'll take this question up. I think it's a beautiful question. Rather, in the industry right now, talent scarcity is so high. There is a caveat between demand and supply, cashew nut peanut theory. Supply is very less and demand is very, very high. Now what we are doing is, being a talent leaders, HR leaders, what we are doing is, we are going away from BTech to non-engineering, BSc, BCom, BA students. There will be longevity is very high for them. BTech guy is going to go away within 2 years. BCom guy, BSc guy is going to be there for 3-4 years at least. The longevity is going to be very high for me. My gross margin EBITDA is going to be high for me. Now, but not only my company, a lot of companies are getting into a lot of colleges. They are, I think, hiring people there with a little lesser salary but higher growth.
So I will add upon this thing, sir. A very good question. When we are approaching colleges or colleges are approaching us, they say that we have BTech, mechanical, civil, lot of people are there. You guys are taking only ECE, EEE and all this. So we are not restricting ourselves saying that I will take only ECE or EEE. We have a preference. But even mechanical and civil also we will take it. And the only thing we will see from the candidate end is how he is getting into the next level. Sometimes they say that we are not interested in computers, or we are not interested in, we are interested in core mechanical jobs. So there we cannot help them anything, but we don't have any kind of restrictions also saying that I won't take a mechanical engineer or a civil engineer. We will compete comparatively, we will help. So, no, that is what, because once we recruit you in our organization, we will give a rigorous 3 months, 4 months kind of training activity. So then you will get into that model.
So I'll tell you, I think if there is a branch, there is an opportunity, sir. Right? There is no way that you can say that mechanical has less opportunity. What happens is, if I am a mechanical engineer, if she is also a mechanical engineer, in addition to mechanical engineering subjects of strength of materials or anything like that, design and all of that, if she has done some coding pertaining to CATIA or anything, she will get a better opportunity, right? And now that other guy, mechanical engineering, slight coding experience, he's actually designing the software which can be used by mechanical engineer. That guy will get a job. So what I'm trying to say is every trade, everything has a job opportunity. How you are elevating yourself in terms of using the technology and all of that stuff is important. So my view to all these non-core engineering branches is there is enough and more opportunity, but you have to get aligned to the software part of that. If you just say that I'm a civil engineer, I'll just stand in the, this thing, it will not work because there are humongous technologies available to do the job. So that is where I think we need to think about it, and that's my view, sir. I may be a radical view, but that's
No,
not.
absolutely.
I'm a mechanical engineer, by the way. I'm doing recruiting in a data company. If you see
Yeah,
all of
and
this,
I'm an electrical engineer.
So I can myself say that how can I, being a mechanical engineer, doing recruitment in a data company? The three different things, but that is the job that I chose, and I'm bringing passion to that.
So I will give you a practical example just in addition to what Vishwa said. What he said is exactly what I am also saying, but slightly, maybe some addition. In the industry, if you look at manufacturing companies, everybody is trying to understand technology more. You all might have heard about Industry 4.0, right? It's about how technology is coming and changing how manufacturing, healthcare and other industries are also changing. Now, the folks that are inside these organizations are already trying to upskill themselves or reskill themselves to technology, not to go away from the core, but to elevate the core even more. And they are actually looking for help from colleges like yours when you are having freshers joining them to have technology knowledge in combination with whatever is strength of materials, you know, all of that in mechanical engineering. So they are able to use the strength of both parties, the experience of people who have depth in mechanical engineering plus technology knowledge. That's going to take the organization to the next level and increase revenue, etc., etc.
No, ma'am, no, I don't agree. In fact, exactly 1.5 years back, I don't know, I think it's July last year, Google said that if you can code, you come in. You should be 15 years of experience, age, right? So when these companies, big companies do a statement, other companies will start thinking, why am I having so much of this thing? At the end of the day, my job needs to be done. So thinking process has changed. Did it change the way we wanted to see? Maybe answer is not, right? Yeah, it is happening, sir. Thank you very much. I think these guys are waiting for us to kind of...
No, I would, first off, a great round of applause for the panels. And I would like to point out a few things. So we'll talk, I think it's a great segue into the next conversation we will have, but we do have a few minutes, so you can relax. I'll tell you, it has never happened before that an very good, distinguished HR community has been invited to talk to the technical talent in a hackathon before. This is the first time, and we have actually done this because of what I got exposed to an event I was invited by our friend here, Vishwa. And when I went to that event, what the panelists there talked about is how the HR community should be embedded in the education and how the education community should be embedded in the HR community. This bridge needs to be much smaller than it is today. And the more smaller this bridge is, the more qualified our kids are, the students are when they get out of the schools. You know, and this initiative sort of came from that agenda. And we believe that as IBC Media, that this bridge we will do in all our events going forward. This forum of conversation between the education system and the industry HR, who are leading. In fact, I'll tell you, I've been a founder of 2 startups, and when I went to that, I thought I don't know HR. I never realized there's so much depth to HR. And the more the education and the industry understands that there is a certain perspective that the HR community brings to the table and how they select candidates and what are they looking for. If we don't understand that, then we'll never be able to guide our student community and the employment community to get selected in the right places, right? So again, thank you so much, all of you, to come join Vishwa. Thank you so much for your help to bringing this community together. And I hope we all recognize the importance of this conversation. I'm sure the leadership from the education appreciates it as much as I do. You know, I wish as a student in JNTU I had this opportunity to, be here. But again, thank you so much, and a big round of applause for the panelists again, please. So 2 simple things. You want to take it over? We have 4 panelists.
We have something for you. Thank you for that very stimulating discussion. This is a little something from us. Thank you so much again for that stimulating and interactive discussion. Much to take away. Yeah, please join us outside for a few media bites. Thank you again. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, these are there. You do next one.
We move on now to another immersive panel discussion, which also has a cohort of eminent speakers, this time from education. And as we've just seen, this education and what IBC is doing is very much in sync. So on the panel, the panelists are Mr. D.G. Vishnumurthy, Deputy Director, Anurag University; D. Subhananda Rao, Director, R&D, VNR, VJIT; Dr. A. Ramakrishna, Director, KL University; and Dr. NLN Reddy, Advisor, CDC, Engineering College. So I invite you up to the stage, please, gentlemen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining the session today. I had the opportunity to obviously have some offline conversations with some of the leadership here. And we just witnessed the HR community talk about what is happening in the industry, and Sir rightly pointed out what happens to mechanical engineers and aerospace engineers and arts and all of these people where if the jobs are only for IT and developers. And sir, I think I'll start with the session by sort of bringing this new perspective, especially with Web3, right? That an art student can learn a development for 2 months and get a job. A chemical engineering student can learn development, get a job. I've seen lawyers learning development, getting job, designers learning development, getting jobs. So Web3 has made it even more irrelevant of what background you get from the colleges till your willingness to learn is there and your willingness to adapt to the job requirement is there, right? And with that, idea in mind, we'll talk about the future of education and the future of where we are, heading. So I did some research, in the education, and I feel somewhere, we need to address and admit what the limitations are, and we have to look forward on how we can adapt to the coming future. So I'm going to start from the limitations perspective, and obviously I had some questions written for all of you. So I'm going to follow that thread. And the thread basically talks about what are the challenges you are facing in marrying the traditional education curriculum to the new industry requirement. We all hear that software is going to be the next 20 years. So what are the challenges? So I'm going to start with the far corner, Vishnu sir, to get your comments. And we have 5 good questions I want to ask. So Vishnu sir, why don't we start with talking about what are the challenges you think is the current curriculum, and how are you seeing difficulties in marrying that to the industry requirement?
All right. So thank you for making us being part of this panel discussion. I represent Anurag University, which runs the various schools focused on engineering, pharmacy, agriculture, management. Yes, certainly there are limitations which we need to look into. And here two kinds of the way we look at. One is affiliated system. The other one is the private universities or university system. So the affiliated system, the hands are tightened. The flexibility is very less. Now coming to the university, there's a much flexibility. I was just sharing, we are going with radical change in the way that not only the development of curriculum, even the delivery and also assessment mechanism of the curriculum. The challenge not only the curriculum, and the major stakeholders when you look at this education system, the faculty and the students. So the faculty, if you look at majorly, because they are the driving force for making the students' dreams to come true. The shortage of faculty is the first point that I would like to highlight, because you might have seen very recent days from, especially from the last 2 academic years, the conversion of core engineering seats into computers and computers allied branches. So that has made thrown a new challenge, because the availability of faculty members is the basic first question here. And the second one, the motivation for the faculty members, for keeping them update, because the technology is changing very fast. And we are talking about the Web 3.0 and also the blockchain, which are the emerging technologies, and the integration of this as part of the curriculum we are talking about it. The third one, what I would like to say is the timeline. So if you look at previous to the pandemic, so we used to have, especially for the teaching fraternity, we used to have 2 breaks of 6 to 8 weeks, where we used to spend a portion of that time on upgrading, skill upgradation. But after pandemic, we are running with a very shortage of time, doing with very limited activities of running the classwork, completing the examination, and we are not finding the free time for the faculty to focus on the upgradation. These are all the few challenges from the stakeholders of faculty. Similarly, the other major stakeholder, student. The major challenges from the student is for the self-directed students, the system is very supportive. And during the pandemic, we observed the few students done marvelous job. They did a lot of online courses, and some students, they were done certification on very emerging technologies. But that percentage is very less. Most of the students, they miss the seriousness, what we can call, very casual attitude. So this is another challenge. We need to motivate the students. There's another challenge.
Sir,
so thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Rao, you spoke about obviously multiple streams in the last Q&A. What do you think are the challenges in marrying the current education system with this new requirement? Do you see any challenges?
I am Dr. Subhanand Rao. I had exposure for academics in last 10 years. Before that, I worked in DRDO. I retired as the Director General Aeronautics, and I worked with Dr. Kalam for 8 years in Hyderabad. So this is my background. So it's a good question. The challenges are there, definitely. We have to face the challenges. One side, the requirement from industry is very, very high level. And the students have to reach that level by upskilling themselves. They cannot do it by themselves. There is a lot of responsibility on the institutions to do. Similar, but there are some constraints. Dr. Murthy has spoken about affiliated colleges and universities and IITs, NITs, which are autonomous totally. If you take up affiliated colleges, see the curriculum, there is not much scope to change. Now, from JNTU, if you take, these subjects are fixed for this year onwards, what you have to teach. You have nothing else to choose. Only thing is that each subject you can change the curriculum to 20%. That is not adequate. So we have to have a radical change in the curriculum. So that is possible only when you have a full autonomy. We don't have at present in affiliation colleges. That is number one. Number two, now a lot of technologies, emerging technologies, disrupting technologies are coming up, like artificial intelligence and machine learning, data science, cyber security, IoT, 3D printing, blockchain, Web3, many are there. Now, is it possible to train the students in all the sectors? It's impossible. So what we have to do now at least there is some good thing, there is a minor degree, it's called minor degree. Now a student is doing mechanical engineering, he can take up a minor degree in artificial engineering, machine learning, where he has to do 20 courses, 20 credits he has to do, and he will skill himself in the coming up area. So he has to choose one of these disrupting technologies and skill himself. For that is one of the opportunities. Other one, what we are doing is, from the first year onwards, we have got an agenda for the students what we have to do. In the first year, we have got a career vision program and a digital platform. So what we do, we see that the students will be given the beautiful mentors from the institution. In the first year itself, they will see that they will have their own goals, what they have to become. And then we give them special training in coding or in EQ improvement, interpersonal relationship, communication and all in a phased manner in the second year, third year and final year. And we have projects, minor projects, major projects where they can exhibit their knowledge and put it in the social media like what he has said. So that is how there is an opportunity for them to upskill if you have a proper agenda. So the agenda has to be set and it has to be implemented. So that is why I am proud to say that in these 300 students selected by this IBC media, 48 students are from VNR Vijnana Jyoti. So this is possible because of our efforts, what we are putting it into the career development of the students right from the first year onwards. Next one is, I want to say that our placement section has to be very active. Not only all faculty and placement, they have to play a major role in addition to the faculty.
So we'll come to the opportunities and what you are doing, but congratulations, sir. I mean, I think like I said, your 48 students will be inspiration for 4,800
Exactly. That is what we are looking for. And the challenge you have to meet with your support, industry support. As somebody said, it is a win-win situation.
Correct.
Industry can come forward and see that we meet the challenge by imparting the proper skills. It is a faculty, there is a limitation, as I said, the skilling of the faculty is required, train the trainer. Otherwise, it is not possible.
We will come to that in our next question. I will basically ask Dr. Reddy for a comment for the same. Dr. Reddy, any closing comments on the challenges?
Namaste to all the audience here and the panelists. The number one, what I want to give a message that today we have NEP 2020, National Education Policy. This policy says very flexible, student can enter, exit at any point of time with a credit bank. You can transfer the credits. And if you exit at first year, they get a certificate, second year you'll get a diploma, third year degree, and fourth year you'll get a professional degree. So now today, still it is in the implementation stage, National Education Policy 2020. I think if that is implemented in true sense, all our problems here are solved.
Fantastic.
Number one. Number two, if you look at AICT model today, out of 160 credits for all undergraduate technical institutions, which are regulated by AICTE, 40 credits, they can take online courses. All these 40 credits can be transferred for the degree. They need not attend your regular classwork. Student has got that flexibility. Fantastic. Because earlier, industry, education system, or the policy making, regulating bodies like AICT, UGC, they are working isolated. Today, they have recognized that unless they work in tandem, we cannot make our students employable. So in that context, so they come with a new policy framework that 40 credits online, any degree they can earn online. And I said by VNR director that apart from that, our JNTU and our universities also came up with a new minor, BTech minor, with a regular BTech minor, so they can earn 20 credits more. Apart from your regular BTech 160 credits, if they can 20 credits more through online courses, so they get BTech mechanical, BTech minor in electronics, computer science, chemical engineering, electrical engineering, whatever course you want to take. They've been identified, which are relevant for the industry. The Board of Studies, Academic Council, so they come with list of courses come under the minor degree. Okay? So students can opt those courses also. So today, as the major challenge or limitations what we face is, today the industry and you look at institution. So there is a gap. The link is missing. And this link has to be bridged. So this has to be mandated by the policymakers. So what industry should do for the education institution from where they're getting the talent to run their businesses, they run their production lines. So unless they also contribute as a part of CSR to the institutions, and they cannot get the talent because now crunch of talent is there in the country. Okay? Third, fifth biggest challenge the education institutions are facing is our faculty. So let me tell you whether all of you watch with me, and I'm not hurting anybody here because we're all very educationist. Thing is, let me tell you frank what is happening today. Okay? The real time problem is students who are good, who are bright, they are getting into industry. Those who are not getting into the industry at your undergraduate, they are doing MTech. That's why most of the companies, 80% of the companies, they don't even look at MTech students. If you're not placed in MTech, he's going for PhD. And they're entering into education system, whether accept it or not. This is my experience. So this is the biggest challenge. So, and recently our own institute, trying to get the best talent from IITs and all that, and we have an IIC panel to recruit the faculty. They have to clear it. Unless they clear, we don't recruit. And we're not getting any faculty. Last 1 year, single faculty we are not able to recruit. Because the panel is not clearing. IIT panel is not clearing any faculty who's coming for interview for this institute.
Interesting.
So the biggest challenge.
Interesting. So thanks for identifying, I think the faculty has come up almost like twice in this discussion on this panel. And my second question is very much about that. What is the gap? And what is the need? And what is the awareness among our faculty to train and upskill them first? And I'm going to start with Dr. Praveen. Let's hear a little perspectives about how does the education leaders here see the importance of upskilling the faculty, and what kind of impact can that have on the students and their employment, and why is it so important, Dr. Praveen?
Yeah. Thank you, Abhishek. It is a really good question that today there is a gap in the education system with respect to skilling. So as you see, last 2 to 3 years in our college, so I am representing Gokraju Rangaraju Institute of Engineering and Technology. So we have started new industry demand courses. So the courses are like computer computer science and business systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science. So if you see our faculty, actually we have faculty from computer science, engineering, and information technology. So now there is a dire need to upskill our faculty who can teach, learn this artificial intelligence, data science, and this business systems, etc. So basically what we do, so in our board of studies and academic councils, we have industry members. For example, we have members from all our recruiting agencies So kindly they have given their members on the board of studies and academic councils. So we take inputs from them, and some of them we conduct industry audit courses also. So industry person will come and take few courses where we request our faculty also join there, and so recently we have conducted courses on artificial intelligence, big data, machine learning, etc. So that we try to upskill. Similarly, we have so many portals, like thanks to Task and T-Hub. So we have so many portals, like there are industry portals where thousands of courses are there, like Coursera, Udemy, edX, and similar portals. So where our faculty and students can do number of courses. So like artificial intelligence, data science, or you can say blockchain, robotic process automation, etc. And also from the government of India, UGC, MHRD, we have Swayam portals. So what we are insisting our faculty members to at least take 1 or 2 courses, and maybe our institution that we make professional electives compulsory from these portals like Swayam, etc. So where almost all the 5,000 students, they will take 2 courses. So 10,000 people will be taking courses from these portals, and there are some challenges also, because sometimes they may not identify like how to clear those exams, how to meet those deadlines, assignments, how to submit. But still, we make our faculty also to undergo those courses and try to help our students. So what I want to conclude is there is a skill gap, but we have identified, and we are continuous. It's not like that we have to train our faculty maybe next semester, not like that. It is a day in, day out process, and maybe every week and every month faculty should undergo new training things like Coursera, Udemy, etc. And also we provide so many guest lectures, we invite industry people, and we motivate our faculty to participate in multiple conferences, and so that they can share and learn techniques. Thank you, sir.
So Dr. Praveen, I think absolutely. I think these are all the sources of information, but still there is a gap, and the gap is real, and that is affecting the way students are getting out of schools. So Dr. Ramakrishna, do you mind commenting on, if there are so many resources like Dr. Praveen said, why is still the gap? Yeah. Number one. And follow-up question to that is, what is the education that we want to give to these staff? Is it education about jobs? Is it education about technical subject? Like, what should be the importance? Like, if you have to define an order, like what should be like different types of education that you want to give to the staff, the college staff, so they can help the students? Ultimately, you're not trying to make the staff get better jobs. It's ultimately to translate that into student education and create that. So can you please talk a little bit about, expand on what Dr. Praveen was saying?
My name is Dr. A. Ramakrishna. I'm the director for KL University Hyderabad campus. First of all, you're talking about the gap. KL University, we know that we have a flexible academic system, and we are a category 1 university, and we are an NAAC A++. And we will, for example, if you are talking about Web3 technologies, we can immediately take that syllabus from industry and we can put it as a course, because when compared to other affiliated colleges, we have that kind of flexibility. We can say that we are fortunate for that. On top of it, whatever the course which we are teaching, we are going to give a 60% importance for the project, because we would like to give a highest priority for project-based learning. And we don't want to go with a regular academic system, because if you see the KL academic structure, 40% of the marks they will get through only through writing the exams, and the rest of the 60% we have divided for the projects, and we are going to give it the highest importance for the group projects, and we would like to student immersions also most important for us. And coming to the faculty should improve their skills as per the need of the industry. That is very much required, as we are saying that. And we have introduced one system that is called giving a skill allowance for the faculty. For example, if I am a faculty, if I am learning a global certification, for example, you are talking about W3 technologies like blockchain. For example, if I am a blockchain certified faculty, if I am a blockchain developer, if I am recognized by blockchain, Every month we are giving 25,000 as allowance for the faculty. Apart from regular salary, it is an allowance. Allowance means it continuously come to the faculty as a part of salary component, we are adding it. On top of it, after the 6 months, this faculty has to train 200 more students. It's like a train the trainer model, and we are encouraging the faculty to go for various programs and various global certification programs. We truly believe that industry requires a global certification to prove that that student is having a talent. How can you say that? We say that our students are trained in artificial intelligence or data science or big data or else a Pega system, these kind of stuff. But there should be some recognition. I earlier worked with in BT, British Telecom. I am ex-employee of BT. I came directly from corporate to education system. I says to the management very clearly that one thing is, if you want to say something to the world that our students are having this skill or this certification, they should be globally recognized. That's the first point of agenda. For this, we should upskill the faculty. First of all, we should upskill whatever the resources we are having, because teachers plays a prominent role. Teacher will play a prominent role in shaping the students. Because we all know that there are eminent panelists here. They know that they know a lot of CRT trainers who can train the students in the 3rd year and 4th year, but that should not be done like that. This should be done in hand with academics. First of all, we should change the academic system. We have introduced project-based learning. Project-based learning means evaluation components. For example, if student is doing a skill certifications, we should give some extra credits for that skill certifications as well. For any student who is globally certified, if you are start giving the credits, so that you should not think about this job opportunity, because students will get a confidence if he is having a global certification. And I'm telling you that you are telling the gap between the faculty and the industry, that can be also emphasized and minimized, and stating that giving an extra allowance to the faculty, showing some better incentive. If we are all doctorates and we know how the system, on how the education system works. But the main point of agenda is why the faculty should learn new skills. What incentive the management is giving to the faculty to learn the new skills. That incentive you should give it, then they will definitely send. And we have run a pilot model, and we have trained almost 400 to 500 students in various technologies. And we have seen this I have seen this progress. And when we are going to the recruiters, and I worked as a director for placement for almost 8 to 10 years. And that recruiters will definitely ask that what kind of certifications and what kind of skills are our students are doing. We can directly showcase our students' talent to the recruiters. That is the one channel. And I request each and every academic system in India should also follow the same strategies. Some colleges are affiliated to the universities. They don't have a provision. But it would be great. Whatever it required in the industry, if we can put it in the syllabus. For example, today morning we have a director from RCM group visited our campus. She is stating that majority of the students are going for a course-based model. Why can't you go for the case studies? She is asking us to, I'm talking about B school students. She is asking me to go with 70% of the weightage should go for the particular subject, should go with a case study or caselets or a social internship kind of projects. So we have taken that advice and we implemented.
So I'm going to draw this segue into...
May I add one or
yes,
two points?
Please, sir. Go ahead.
So on this trainer part, I got 2 points. One is the faculty training, we can do to some extent because industry exposure is not there. So we have to see that in addition to the training in the classroom, they should have an industry exposure. They should be sent for some time to industry, 2-3 months in the domain, what they are teaching or what they are working on. So that is essential to have the industry exposure. Number 2, there is a provision to have adjunct faculty. So we can have adjunct faculty to the extent of 10%, and the universities may have more also, I do not know. So now there are many people who have passion for teaching industry, and it is a win-win situation. They will get additional money, and industry should permit them to go to the institutions and teach. Not every day and every period, they have to take some few classes, maybe on Saturdays or so. So this is quite possible. The adjunct faculty requirement, we are seeing that this helps a lot. We bringing in industry people to the teaching sector and taking the student teachers to the industry sector. This is what is essential. And another point. Now, nowadays, the teaching by the faculty is become secondary. Primary is the self-study. The students now now lots of things is available in the net. Everything is available, and we have provided a platform, a digital platform in cloud, so that they learn themselves so many things like you people have got so many things, so many material, lots of material is available if you want to skill himself. So the self-study is another important thing. He himself is a teacher.
Sir, so I'm going to start with Dr. Murthy and Dr. Reddy. I want to bring the perspective of this third view, which is how do this physical education that exists today compete with the online education? Because there's so much content being created globally. And what value does the physical education system bring more to a student than just an online education at home? And how are you thinking about the future? Because you have, by the way, everyone, there is at least 100 years of education leadership here on this stage that we are listening to. So you have seen education evolve, over the last 2 decades. And how do you see the next 2 decades evolving, and what value you think the physical education will bring in addition to the only online part of it? So we'll start with Dr. Murthy, and then we'll come to you, sir. Yeah, Dr. Murthy.
Yes, a lot of debate is taking place on after the announcement from the Prime Minister Modi that very soon we are going to have online universities. So this discussion is taking place at all the corners. But if you ask my opinion, there is no replacement for the teacher. Still, the magic of teacher works. But few things we need to remember. The teacher need to equip with the technology. Otherwise, he is going to be replaced. So, if he is equipped with the technology and more effective learning mechanisms, the newer pedagogical methods, he need to adapt. It's I hope my friends who are in working or having touch with engineering colleges might have coming across a word constantly, NBA accreditation. So it majorly focuses on outcome-based education. So the outcome-based education, the prime philosophy is focus on student-centric learning. So to say more simple, focus on learning. So far our focus is not on learning. Delivering the content and how much the student is taken is nobody knows. But we need to change that focus, and we need to focus on learning. How much content the teacher delivered is not important. How much content the student has taken, he learned is important. And if we could get such methods into the classroom, definitely the offline is going to work far better than the online. And this online may help for their upgradation of their skills, kind of getting a certification, or some kind of value addition, not for getting the complete a graduation degree. Not only from the teacher's perspective, learning from the student perspective, many other things. So the collaborative learning, which they are going to miss, working together in teams, like just now my friend has told, they have changed the assessment methods. They brought in project-based learning into the assessment mechanism. So we need to get such. So the Anurag University is also, we brought a lot of changes in the assessment mechanisms. So we brought project-based learning or problem-based learning with a weightage of 20%. And service learning is a new initiative that we are working with Aalborg University, Denmark, for setting up a center of excellence in teaching learning to completely move towards service learning. Because at the end of the day, As an engineer, he is supposed to solve the problem of society. If he is not connected to it, his learning is not complete. If we can get that into our system, definitely the offline system will work and it is going to sustain, and that there is no replacement, if you ask my opinion. Thank you.
So you're saying it's not a replacement, it's complementing to the
Yes,
education.
yes.
Sir, want to hear your perspective on, again, what value add offline into online?
What I see, the future, the role of a teacher, okay, is not teaching. The role of teacher will be, he has to be mentoring, guiding, counseling. He has to make the student inspire, ignite, and instill confidence. Make him to awaken, make him to arise, and make him to aware about the trends in the industry. Teacher, if he can play this role, okay, that is a success mantra today. Because as most of the speakers have watched that content is available, online content is available, best courses available, best professors, lectures are available. The teacher has to connect that. Teacher role will be connecting. Oh, you want to do this? Guiding. Do this. From here you have to do this. From this buffet, catch this. To enhance his skills, student skills. And you know, today degree is becoming irrelevant, and said by Vishnu sir that Jagdish Kumar, our UG's chairman, has already announced there will be digital university shortly. You'll all get digital certificates. Need not go to institutions. Okay, not confined in the classrooms. So it is emerging, evolving, new education system. I think we should all get prepared for that system. And I give one example. Today, if you look at the students, then you don't expect company to come to you, doorstep, to the institute. Companies are coming to the student directly. You don't get, see, Microsoft, Google, if you look at Amazon. So they have their own portals, career portals, careers at Microsoft, careers at Google, careers at Amazon. There are portals. In the portals, they're giving the skill sets required. Whether from third year student or second year student, they're giving the skill set required to take as an intern or full-time employment. So we have to give that awareness to the students. What is available first, what is stored for them. So if you build these skills over 1 year, second year you can go into these sites, try to relate your skills to that particular opening, get as an intern in these product companies, and if you perform well as an intern, then full-time offer is there for them. At huge package, 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs, we talk those packages, high packages from the product companies. So that happens, students really take their career seriously. So for that, teacher role is, as I said, awaken, arise, and ignite. If you can do this, I think today entire world is open. We are in the digital era, right? So today, seamless boundaries, geographies. I'm in the engineering also. I always tell, there's no branches. We call mechanical, electrical, chemical. So it's going to be seamless. So seamless boundary, geographical boundaries, seamless branch boundaries. So you cannot isolate chemical, mechanical, electrical, civil. So everybody has to learn this digital and try to connect to the emerging world. I think life will be beautiful for all the young Generation Z. Thank you.
So you think all of you that if there was a portal, yeah, please go ahead.
Online education for engineering is not a substitute for offline education. Definitely 100% in my view and many people's view. Because there are some things which you have to learn by attending the class. Once you said, this is how to work with the team, then how to develop this extracurricular activities and extra other things what you learn, And we kind of word, our director presencing, you have to present in the class and sense what teacher is teaching. Then only it will go into your mind. So whatever you learn online, it will not be very effective. And there is two things called discipline and ethics, which you have to learn. You have to learn by being in the campus. It cannot be learned online. So these things are must for a human being, ethics and discipline. So all these things, you will miss if it is online. And especially where the laboratories, are involved and lots of work is to be done, projects are to be done in the lab. There is no substitute for the labs. Whatever you say, virtual labs coming and all, it is not very effective. So where there are labs are there, and where there is a projects to be done in the lab, where something has to be done in the group, where you have to understand by teaching, by learning from the teacher. There is no substitute for that in online.
It's more immersive.
Maybe blend, maybe 1 year can be online, and other things maybe it can be thought of. Yes. But it is the non-engineering courses, yes, it is. I agree to some extent, yes.
Dr. Praveen, so are the colleges motivated to modernize the education system? I see that there are limitations from obviously the affiliate colleges that have limited flexibility in changing curriculum. But what is the willingness for modernizing from the leadership in colleges? Because like I said, the industry is front running everything in terms of requirement, and they really want this talent pool to adopt their technologies. And even like space frontier is here. 10 years ago, we used to talk about space will be the final frontier, but space is a now frontier. Space, it's going to be a $1.5 trillion economy as it's growing. So, how are we thinking as leadership in the colleges? Are we ready to modernize these systems using tools like Sir said, making teachers more mentors, making making it more project-based learning, making more team-oriented, than just imparting technical knowledge. And like Murthy sir said, we don't know whether these people are actually even, learning. What are the metrics and what is the willingness to modernize this education system as we go forward?
Yeah. So basically, for example, if you see, previously some days back, BMAP came, BMAP. So morning they released the app, and in the evening there were 10,000 queries actually. So many issues are there with BMAP. So what I mean to say is, morning you release app and evening you require update actually. So that is the era we are living. And Twitter also you see, morning he said blue tick. By the evening he has to remove because that is not going to work in the industry. So same thing is happening with our academia also. So every day we need to upgrade and we need to see what is industry is doing. And we have actually established global certification centers with so many pioneers like AWS, Red Hat, Linux, and maybe LabVIEW Academy, so many Autodesk, so many people actually providing this global certification center, and what is actually required by the industry, so that is what we are training. So apart from what is like regular training, because we have to give, finally university is giving degree, so we need to adapt some of the rules like curriculum, syllabus, etc. So maybe 60% we need to have that curriculum, but we always give flexibility, like 40% they can choose from professional electives, and we have industry mentors, and like we have so many platforms, like now we are conducting hackathons, pan-India level hackathons. So when I studied, we never had a word called hackathon actually, but now we have hackathon, and so many new things are coming. And colleges like us, so now you have National Institute Ranking Framework, NAC is there, NBA is there. To be in this system itself, we need to actually have that metric to adapt and try to see that we learn new technologies, create that facility. And for example, college like us, we have our own AWS cloud actually. We have our own cloud where all our examinations, all the marks are there in the cloud. So many, for example, all our courses are there in Google Classroom actually. So everything, so when just now we were talking about online and offline. The day when we had the Corona lockdown, immediately we could switch over Google Classroom, and luckily Google has given free access to all the educational institutions. So from day one we could start our own classes, simultaneously 100 classes parallelly I could go to every classroom and see what actually teacher is teaching. So such flexibility is there. And I just want to add one point on online and offline actually, because many times I give this example to my faculty members. It is like you want to learn car actually. So if I teach you only on simulator, only the driving, and if you take on real car and let us say Panjagutta or High-Tech City, so can you drive that car? You cannot drive. Similarly now FIFA World Cup is going on. I will teach you football, simulated football actually. So you can make any goals on the online simulator. But real football, not even a single goal we can do. Similarly, swimming. So if I teach you only how to, like YouTube videos, I will teach you, and I will meticulously teach you that what is the different styles of swimming. But if somebody pushes us in water, we cannot come out actually. So same thing with industry. So this is engineering is not teaching actually. It is doing engineering. So unless we do hands-on. So previously we started with 25-30% practicals and 70% theory. But now we are in a situation 50% theory, 50% practical. But let us say people like Stanford and people like MIT, they are 80% hands-on and only 20% teaching they are doing actually. So we need to change our entire style of teaching and see that we should adopt this, the new Industry 4.0 and the latest technology which are actually emerging. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we have a room full of Spocks here, and we purposely, and this is a very exclusive attendance, and I want all of you to give them an expectation that you have as leadership. What do you expect out of these Spocks to be more effective for the institution, in the benefit of students? And this is something, in the interest of the audience we have here who is listening to you and looking up to you for advancing education, advancing job placements for your students. And what would be like one good advice you will want to give to the Spocks and the industry? So you have a mix of both industry and Spocks here, so I would like for you to do two things for me. One, give your expectation from Spocks and give your expectations from the industry. Like, what would you like to see happen in the next, let's say, 5 years, right? Or how do you want them, what do you want from the industry and what do you want Spocks to do? So, sir, ready, sir, we'll start from you and just go down that line.
Be a very effective and efficient link between the industry and institution, because you're a Spock. So that means that happens how? Stay connected on a regular basis with industry and bring the best industry practices as an awareness to the students. I know as a Spock is a different challenge. You have the faculties, you have the departments, HODs. So big challenge you all face, I know that, which we all experienced, because they don't want to disturb their classwork, their regular curriculum, okay? So, but it is your duty to push, okay? It is our responsibility. What is in your mind, we should see that it is driven from top to bottom. The top is the management, bottom is a student. So you are the link between them. So it is our duty to justify and also convene. You have to convince your management and your leadership to drive your point, okay? How you can make your student more competent in this digital era so that you will have a better future in the futuristic world. As I said, the world is becoming smarter, phones are becoming smarter, cities are becoming smarter, cars are becoming smarter. So we should be smarter and make our students smarter. So you are the Spock, you are the link. So be a strong link, more effective, more efficient, drive the things from top management to the student. I think problem is solved.
We look forward to the, again, we want Spocks to get all the insights they need for their growth, but we will add more from Dr. Ramakrishna. So.
Yeah, I would like to say that as a Spock, when we introduce any new technology or else a new program, we know definitely there is a lot of a problem in the academic system, especially with the teachers in terms of adapting the new things. So as a Spock, we should make it mandatory, because if you are not changing the academic system or academic ecosystem, finally it is going to affect our students and our nation and our economy. When we are sending our skill, when we are sending our talent to the foreign MNCs, they should feel that Indian talent is always retained on the top class. That is, their expectations is above the lines of expectation. We always should meet those standards. For meeting those standards, we always regularly, as told by sir, we should upgrade ourselves, we should reskill ourselves, we should upskill the faculty continuous basis, because I told you in the earlier speech also, teacher is the most prominent role as a faculty or professors or even a lab assistant as well. They should always learn the new technologies and we should adapt it. And I request each and every teacher or else a SPOC who is directly connecting in the industry, whatever industry says, please follow it. And you try to put it in your syllabus so that students will learn everything. Prior to the graduation, students should experience the industry within the campus. That gives a success mantra to the students when he reaching to the corporate world. For example, I suggest that instead of sending students for 1 month or 2 months internship, if there is a provision in the colleges, send them for 1 year internship or as a 6 months internship. And during these 6 months, it will be like a on-the-job engineering training, so that the students will be trained and certified on a particular skill. Post successful completion of the skill, the student will get a lot of confidence, and he can position his talent to the industry in a most appropriate way. And I request each and every SPOC to follow this thing. And coming to I request all the college managements, if possible, they can keep all the SPOCs throughout the country, wherever, for example, earlier speech I have seen that there is a problem for the mechanical or electrical students for lack of job opportunities as well. We should upskill those students also. Wherever there are opportunities, our team should go there and we should identify the requirements and we should take the skill set from the industry. Majority of the time, if placement team visits to any corporate, they think that we came there for the placement. Don't ask them about the placement, ask them about the skill sets. And try to put those skill set back to the academics, so that will help the students and the corporates to bridge the gap. That's what everyone says, that there's a gap between an industry, and that is the one of the way, and that this might be a one funnel to reduce the gap between the industry and academic.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Rao, any closing comments on for the SPOCs?
Yeah, the others also said, now there are 160 credits a student has to do. So if there is a 160 credit one side and internship other side, it will not happen. So there should be a mandate for the universities also have to think. This should be brought down to, like for 120 is more than sufficient in my view, 120. And they will have an ample opportunity in third year to go for 6 months or 1 year internship. And this internship, the industry should come forward and hold hands with
So, IBC Media is creating a 4-year internship program with 20 hackathons, and every hackathon is an internship certificate for the students.
Yeah, that's right.
That's one of the.
This is a must. Internship for 1 year is a must, and where the industry can handhold the academic institutions and students. Now it is a win-win situation. Our students in third year, some of them got an internship with 70,000 rupees per month. Why they will pay 70,000 rupees per month unless they have some use of this? And these people will be in the same trajectory for that particular company, and they will be having upskilling themselves. So you can recruit in the third year itself and give internship of 1 year. So now this is possible only when the credits are reduced and the internship opportunities are there, and the industry come forward to have a cohesive bond between the institutions. Then only these things are possible. That should be the new matrix.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Praveen, again, closing comments for the SPOCs.
Yes, sir. Actually, always you see industry, they are busy with their customers actually. They have their own targets. And many time, for example, if we send our students or faculty for internships or maybe training, so most of the time what we observed initially, but now things are changing. So they will ask them to, give a project book or something. They will ask them to sit in a corner, do your work, because we are having our own busy work. So what I mean to say is industry also should come forward. For example, colleges like us, the big industries coming to our college and taking 300, 400 students. So when they are taking so much manpower, they should also think that can they put some center of excellence, because finally all these kids are majorly recruited by the giant companies actually. If they can come forward to establish some center of excellence, and for example, let us say, I'll just give example. So everybody is talking about electric vehicles. but nobody knows like what type of technologies they are using. For example, Tesla, whatever motor, whatever algorithm they are using, whatever components they are using, everything is patented. So many times we talk in forum that industry is okay, we have academic industry relationship, but most of the material is patented, so they will not really reveal the technology actually. So somewhere we should think that how actually we should make, because finally all these kids need to join industry, and when they are in the academics, they mostly they may not know some of the hidden technologies actually. So there should be a place to actually how really this type of things should happen, because always we cannot blame the teacher. We say the teacher is not sufficiently trained. How will get training? Because if everything is patented, from where he'll get the data actually. So these are all the challenges, sir.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Murthy, closing comment on the SPOCs in the industry.
I hope how many of you are part of principals meet, which happened in the same hall. So a few days back, I just exactly didn't remember the date, but we have a speech from Krishnamachari Srikant on that day. He was telling about 1983, right. So it has become possible, or the person who believed that it is possible, it is only one person. I hope if you see the movie, that is very clear. So only the captain Kapil Dev believed that yes, they can win the World Cup. I am linking that to you because the Spock is the leader. So if you strongly believe, if you keep the momentum, definitely something will happen. Some incremental, you may not be reaching the pinnacle, but some growth. And coming to the students, most of the times the problem that we observe with the students is they isolate too much themselves. So they need to maintain networking with the alumni and the seniors. And they have to take the experience of them and they have to build on that experience. They have to start working further. But most of the times they'll try to reinvent the wheel again and again and again. So that they are not supposed to. And coming to the industry, as a university, I told at the beginning, we are very much open. We are already started industry-owned courses, industry co-opted courses. We are running fast-track students where they are permitted for 6 months to do complete internship. We also started with a few companies, whatever the training that they are going to offer after getting selected, we are offering prior to it, so that the resource is available readily. And with few companies, after getting selected, the training we are giving in 4-2, so that the student will also have the advantage of during these 4 years he'll complete the training, and the industry is also going to have ready resources by the time the student completes the 4 years duration. So these are my inputs. Thank you.
Everyone, again, a big round of applause for the panel. Like I said, this is my first opportunity to be on the panel of such distinguished education partners. Thank you so much, sir. As IBC Media, we will be introducing a college SPOC training module, which will help college SPOCs become mentors, connect to the industry, create tools for students to have a global alumni base in the emerging tech. So all of these tools are on our roadmap to be created by some of the students in these hackathons as well. So we are very excited about it. Thank you so much again for joining us. So we have a small token of appreciation from our team for all of you. request everyone to be with us for the next, which is the polka dot session, which is one of the most amazing sessions of the evening. We heard so much about industry, and you will hear from Web3 polka dot in next few minutes. So over to you.
As Abhishek has just pointed out, we are in for great insights from one of the best thought leaders in the Web3 space, from Mr. Urban Oswald. He'll be joining us online. So we are in for a very riveting and immersive experience. Stay tuned. Request people at the back rows of the audience to please move forward. Thank you. 2 or 3 rows more forward, please. You can fill in the chairs in the front. Thank you.
It is the most important innovation. Internet of Things, taking anything that's not connected to the internet.
Hi, Urban. Can you please share your screen?
All right, awesome. Then thank you very much. I hope this is audible and visible, and I'm not just talking to myself. And I am coming from the Web3 Foundation, and today I will be talking to you about Web3 in general, what it is, how it came about. We're going to go through some of the very high-level details. There's a lot to unpack, but also we're going to touch a little bit on Polkadot and how it kind of relates to this and how it comes in. But before doing that, I do want to say thank you to the organizers, to everybody who's been working hard to put this together. not just this event in particular, but the series of whole events that has been unfolding here, from education to hackathons and everything that's going to come in the future. I'm genuinely excited for everything that's going to come, that's going to be launched, and to see the outcome. So thank you very much to everybody who's been working hard on this and kind of making it a reality. Now, with that said, talking about the future, the reality, the Web3 space, let's have a look at what Web3 actually is. Because, let's be honest, it's quite a confusing thing, right? It's Web 1, it's not Web 2, it's kind of Web 3, so what does that mean? You've probably heard words like crypto and blockchain, and a lot of these buzzwords that keep coming up. But many people are just genuinely confused about it. What does it mean? How do I interact with it? Where is this Web3 thing? So, unfortunately, I have to disappoint you. I don't have all the answers to that, and there's not enough time to cover all of them in this short session. But I do want to go into it a little bit, just to unpack it a little bit, just so that we are kind of on the same page talking about when we're talking about Web3. So, in the highest possible level, Web3 is a fundamental change in the way we kind of interact with each other. Now, this with each other is most likely, at this point at least, still touching the internet and the digital self. But if we go a step beyond that, it's really, Web3 is hopefully aspiring to not depend on any centralized entity. Like, this decentralization aspect to it is really what drives Web3, its development, and what it drove in the early stages of it. So I don't think you all remember this, but back in 2008, the Bitcoin white paper was released. Now, 2008 kind of seems like a long way back at this point, but it really isn't. Right? This is just basically just a couple of years back. And the reality is, although Bitcoin itself provided leaps and bounds of updates and upgrades to technology, impacting cryptography, PKI, and so on, kind of bundling them all together and making this this Bitcoin network and all the assets even possible, it really goes beyond that and touches a lot of philosophical aspects, right? The reason why this person, Satoshi Nakamoto, created Bitcoin was really coming also a point of frustration against all the financial crises that were going on back then. So 2008 was really kind of the prime example of the financial problems and crises that were occurring, right? There were protests outside of Wall Street. People were fed up with the financial system, with the way it was handled with centralized entities, banks, and all that. Right? So Bitcoin and all of these technologies really represented also a philosophical movement, some of these challenges and problems, and it kind of culminated into what we today call Web3, which is going beyond just the kind of financial anti-banking aspect to this, but is really touching stuff like self-sovereign identity, data ownership, asset ownership, all of these things that were kind of, let's say, the natural evolution of some of these thoughts and thinking. And I don't want to be going too deep into Bitcoin and all that history, but I think it's important to set the stage why this space even emerged and how it came to this spot. But it's really, really important to note decentralization is a core aspect to what we're trying to do here. And I think, obviously there's a slider to decentralization in many things, right? And it's not necessarily a 0 or a 1, but when it comes to the technological backbone, it kind of is a 0 or 1, right? There's some aspect that you cannot just slash or check out and say, oh, we're not going to do this because it's for X, Y, and Z reasons. It really, really is a driving and deciding factor when building some of these technologies. Now, a lot of talk, right, and kind of a little history lesson. But if we go even further back in history, when the internet was created, I remember I was a little boy back then when the internet was created. So a lot of this is really not my direct. Web 1, if you think about it, for at least for the folks that were around back then, when the World Wide Web was created, it was really just read only, and I'm talking from a user perspective. And so you as a user were not able to contribute to what was then called internet unless you were obviously building the web pages and all of that, then you were able to do that. But really for the user, for people like you and me, it was not possible to do that. Then suddenly came Web 2, which aside from the read component, also had a write component. Now, the write component, that today user-generated content. So you as a user, you could go onto a platform, write a blog, write a post, upload your picture, share it with somebody, upload a video, and so on. So, and this opened up a massive door, if you think about it, right? Think back to stuff like MySpace, for instance. Was one of the first instances where that was kind of possible on a larger, more popular scale, at least. So the right aspect paved the way for not just the internet as technology, but also for all the opportunities that were created as a subsequent step of that. New companies were formed, new jobs were created. Today we teach that at universities, at colleges, and in high schools, and so on. 20, 30, 40 years ago, this was not taught. So it is really everything that comes after a slash here is the creation of new opportunities for a very, very large segment of people. It literally influences people's lives. So if we fast forward to Web 3, you see that read and write is still there. Very importantly, a ownership component to that. So, and again, this comes back to some of the stuff I was saying back, right? As a philosophical kind of next step. The ownership aspect of some of these things is critical to open up new doors. And this is what we've seen with the emergence of the whole Web3 space, or you might even call it an industry at this point. There's so many native solutions to Web3 that are being born that are starting to actually impact people's lives. And a very practical impact of that is us being here today talking about it. Right? We're talking about educational programs, campaigns, hackathons, all of these things that subsequently lead to the impact on to people's lives. Everything that comes after a new slash creates new opportunities, opens new doors. And I think it's important to keep that in mind, that this is not just some sort of technological backbone that we're creating or some sort of philosophical revolt from the early days. It is really empowerment of people, right? In a very, very true sense. So the moment you get to own stuff on the internet, new opportunities arise. And this is essentially what we're trying to explore and enable here. So if I would have to somehow summarize this up, why, we're here, and I'm not talking we as the Web3 Foundation, I'm talking about we as the general Web3 community, the people who are in this space, working on it, building it, using it, and contributing to it. So we, I think, collectively believe in a decentralized and very fair internet, where users like myself and yourself and hundreds of thousands of millions of people get to control their own data, identity, online identity, and subsequently the destiny of all of these things. And this is really what it's about. Right? There's the silver lining here, or the red thread across these topics is really control. It's really ownership. You as a person, you as a user, you get to decide what happens with your social media data, for instance. What happens with the assets that you own? What happens with all of these things, right? Who you are on the internet. This is something that you should be able to decide and control, not some gigantic corporation or the government or some entity that is not that is inherits trust into it, which is in some instances is good, is okay, it should be that way, but in many others it doesn't fit, and kind of needs an evolution to this. So and I think this also kind of speaks true to kind of the time that we that are happening and so on. We see how important that actually is. Now, a lot of talk about Web3 in general, but how does Polkadot come in? Where does Polkadot factor in? How does it contribute to some of these things? And look, I've got a very long sentence here. I'm not going to attempt to just read it. I want to explain some of these aspects to you. And hopefully we're going to come also to the actual added value of why Polkadot and how Polkadot as well. So Polkadot, as compared to some of the other blockchain solutions, is not just a chain for smart contracts. It is, we like to call it a layer 0 blockchain because it really connects other blockchains to itself. Hence what we call a heterogeneous multi-chain. All of these blockchains that are connected back to Polkadot are a little bit different and use case specific. Now, all of these chains are secured, but by what we call pooled security. So the relay chain of Polkadot, and I'm going to come to that in a second, provides that pooled security. So everything that users do, everything that developers do on these chains that are connected to Polkadot is secure. You don't have to worry about it. And more importantly, is also interoperable. And maybe something that I'm missing here is composable. And this is something that we're going to see over the next months and years emerge. So again, I understand there's a lot to unpack here, a lot of stuff that we won't and shouldn't even be talking about. But I want to give you a little bit of a deeper dive, a little bit of a glimpse on why this is important and how it comes together. So I've mentioned pooled security, interoperability, layer 0, all of these buzzwords. But if you look at the graphic here, I hope it's almost self-explanatory, right? The inner circle is something that we call the relay chain and is the canonical blockchain that we call Polkadot's relay chain. Now, to that, you've got these smaller squares connected. And all of these squares are specialized chains, which we call parachains. Now, this is important because we ultimately, as an ecosystem, will end up, or are beginning to end up, with an ecosystem that is an ecosystem of ecosystems. Now, that is important because you and I live in a very dynamic world where one mold, one piece does not fit everybody's needs, and we shouldn't be attempting to create that. So parachains in this aspect really provide that dynamic aspect to life, right? Life changes, it evolves, it's different. You've got financial crises, you've got different kinds of opportunities that come up, and this is the way Polkadot is addressing all of these things. So if we would kind of try to summarize this up, there's kind of 4, 5, 6 very critical components to this, and there's a reason behind this, right? We've got interoperability, which we spoke about. That means essentially chains can talk to each other. Developers building applications on top of these chains can talk to each other in a decentralized, trustless way. So the fact that John wants to send a message to Katie across 2 different chains literally means that they are not reliant on a incorporated entity that is going to transmit that message via some servers and so on to get it there. It is done in a completely decentralized way. And that is a massive, massive leap forward. So I spoke a little bit about pooled security as well. Essentially, this whole network is secured by Polkadot, which means that it's secure, it's cool, you don't have to worry about it. Kind of connected to all of this is also the aspect of heterogeneous chains. It's a fancy word for saying diverse, essentially. Right? All of these chains are use case specific, and they provide a different kind of approach to solving a particular problem, particular challenge. For instance, we currently have DeFi optimized chains, we have NFT optimized chains. We also have real world asset chains, handling real world assets on the blockchain. And so if you think about it, you could end up with something for the insurance sector, something for the bank, something for X, Y, and Z sectors, right? So the current setup allows for the creation of use cases that can ultimately get to talk to each other. What the internet was created for. right? If you think about it, the internet at its core is a set of wires being connected to everybody, and Wi-Fi routers at the end, with software that can interact and so on and so on. But really, it is about serving use case specific cases via specialized software, and this is the enablement of it in the Web3 space. This is essentially what this is doing. So we also have two aspects here listed, forkless upgrades and on-chain government. I'm not going to go too deep into that because it's not the prime topic of this talk, but the whole package just basically means that Polkadot can upgrade itself without causing a hard fork, which means that the network is not going to be splitting up. So in practical terms, if I translate this, if you today buy a piece of software, for instance, and that the developer studio, that company tells you, hey, this piece of software that you bought, that's it. Right? We're not going to be updating it, or we're going to potentially provide you an update once we decide every, 5-10 years. Up to that point, that's what it is. So I assure you, as a user, would not be very happy with that. Even if you'd be happy in that moment, a couple of years from now, you would run into bugs, you would run into features that are missing, you would essentially be using outdated software. And that is not the reality of life in general. And so stuff changes, life changes, it evolves, it is different. And the ability to upgrade a network without causing a massive split within it is revolutionary. It is extremely important. So on-chain governance really just means that the network itself, the users, the most important stakeholders, get to decide how to upgrade it, right? So it is kind of the perfect way to move forward. So all of these users are here. You can all contribute, but you can also decide on the fate of it. So if you look at this package as a whole, you're looking at an ecosystem that is primed for evolution. It is primed for future-proofing itself with different kinds of chains, different kinds of partners, developers, whatever you want to call them, coming in, creating stuff, creating software, creating blockchains that are important in that moment of time. And this ensures that Polkadot is future-proof. It is going to stay here for a very long time, because it's going to be very hard to make it obsolete based on basically what I just told you. And I think for me personally, out of all of these things that I just mentioned, one really stands out, and that is interoperability. And this is really just a personal take on this. And in that kind of idea, I wanted to share this dashboard with you. Now, you might think this is not as important, and what are we even looking at, right? You're basically looking at a snapshot from yesterday, how Polkadot talks to each other, how the stakeholders, how the blockchains that are connected to Polkadot are talking to each other. So you see all of these nice little charts and graphs and even, right? This means that a good portion, so 18 out of 28 parachains that are currently connected to Polkadot are opening up channels to each other and talking to each other. They're sending assets to each other. They're sending messages to each other. And currently, in the past 30 days, we had 138,000 of these messages being sent. So it doesn't sound like much, but take into account that the first parachains were launched in December last year. So we're talking about not even a year ending up in this space. So it's really, really important to take that into account and to look into the future. And I'm showing you this because I think it's a really good fit for where we are today, physically where we are, right? We're looking at a series of hackathons, of educational programs, of different people with different backgrounds from different countries coming together to create something that is highly impactful for them, for you, for people in different kinds of places with different kinds of backgrounds, and Polkadot enables that. that is kind of the takeaway that I want you to have here, right? We're talking about Web3 and it's not uniform, right? There's different kind of takes on this. And we're talking about Polkadot. And I think Polkadot in general is a really, really good fit for what is about to come in the next months, years, and actually decades as well. So that's what I'm saying. It's a really good fit. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to see all of these new great minds coming in, playing around with it, building something that solves their problems as well. So this is basically it from my end. Again, I wanted to say thank you to the IBC media team for having me here, for hosting all of these wonderful events, for all the work on the ground that is being done. It is fantastic to see. I don't speak on behalf of the Polkadot community, but from my personal angle, it is just very, very cool to see. And again, thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for all your hard work. Yeah, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you.
That was a very interesting session from Urban Oswald Web3 Foundation. And our next speaker, also online, is none other from what we all know as the TikTok of India from Chingari. So we have Dr. Prakash Kamaraj, and he'll be speaking on a very thought-provoking topic, TikTok of India in Web 3.0. Can this be replicated for other industries? I'm sure it will have you all interested. Thank you. We'll be on in the next 2 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, is the main slide visible now?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. So good afternoon, one and all. I think the previous talk was really good in terms of setting the stage in terms of what is Web3, in terms of how justifying, in terms of how you actually own using the entire ecosystem of those blockchains, right? Just to follow on to that, I think it'll be a bit of mix of plus technical talk that I wanted to give so that it's easier to understand for people what is a social media, like how can you change the rules of ownership that the web giants do not really adhere by, but in terms of ethos and pathos that we at Shingar, in terms of how do you make it easier for people to understand, not just in terms of tech, in terms of popular understanding as well, in terms of it's a long road to decentralizing, right? Yeah, just to start add on to that, I think I felt this stage was much easier for to address that particular topic. So yeah, I think in terms of the tagline itself, right, it's how do you onboard 1 billion users onto Web3 with engaged and earn mechanics. That's the simpler way to understand our platform. If you look at the main pitch line, I think that most of the people kind of look at it is most of the blockchains actually focus on the capital markets because it's much easier for them to focus on the mature user in terms of understanding the technicality. So that is it understandable how the L1s kind of operate, right? But we also need a medium for educating the user base, a massive user base as well, and a larger market concern. So I think that's the story of Chingari for us. That's where I think when primarily we were a Web2 company since 2019 or so, right? So how would the transition happen? When the transition had to happen, I think the larger addressable market was almost easier for us to think of, because if you look at the emerging markets concern, it's a much wider user base, and there has to be a tremendous amount of distribution channels and user base to educate the users first what are the basics, without having to worry about the complexities behind different blockchain operations. Right? So that's the value prop that made us into the into the space at least a couple of years back. That's when the first conversation began, and we have been in the operational space since the last 14 months or so. And I think the progress that we have made is by far more than a lot of people in the ecosystem. So as mentioned earlier, I think what is scenario? So we are always like a tech first company, as opposed to the popular notion that we might be a social media company. Or social media will be a media based company, but that's not the case. We'll always be like a tech first company, where in terms of platform itself, it will be like a powerful analytics for the user base, and how do they actually extend the social graph from that is not, and be rewarded in a way for spending time on social media. That is something you cannot do any of the other platforms like Facebook, Instagram. So that is the vision. That's how it's kind of started. It made it much easier for us to make the transition, and in terms of decision making. So I think some of this you might be know how it might work, whether it is kind of popular Web2 operations in terms of creating content or buying or like speaking platforms like audio rooms. So these are some of the concepts that we already know. But how can you infuse the ethos of Web3 is like adding the element of ownership, right? So Web 1 and 2 is kind of understood, read, write. Web3 is where you can actually add the element of ownership. So I think that's where we as a mobile first platform, I think it's much easier for us to educate the users first through different products, of course. And the social tokens kind of enable us for the users and the community to have a voice, and for them to be heard through different kind of platforms, to the DAO, understand like the entire architecture behind it. But we make it user for them to, in terms of communicating to user through social token ecosystem. It doesn't matter. Every vote kind of counts when you want to have a voice in the community to us. Yes, and the value proposition, I think the proposed by us is kind of simple. In the main traditional Web2 companies, of course, you get the domain and you get the number of, in terms of benefits that you get in terms of likes, views, and social ecosystem. Also, do not have the socializing component out of it, where you can actually earn from the ecosystem, because so a Web2 ecosystem monetize only the top 1% of the content creators, whereas in Chingari you would have the chance to earn from day one. That is something in terms of that kind of gives us the advantage in terms of boosting the early content creators, especially in the emerging markets ecosystem. And of course, I think to add on to that, we also make it easier for them to earn our ecosystems through the daily rewards program. So this is something that is really novel, done by not a lot of players. So there's always a daily emission token in terms of to the emerging markets, where they still, regardless of market condition, it's still good real money that they get. So this is something we have been doing on a daily basis, and we also help them, for people with more skin in the game, we help them gain extra rewards as well. That is something that also kind of contributes, where we can we reinvest in the creator ecosystem as well, and then they are able to monetize through our platform. So a little bit further, I would say, it's how do you use NFTs? Like NFTs are often seen as revenue generating machine, but it's not the case. We see NFTs as a gateway of value accrual machines. So how much value you give back to the community, I think that's what comes walk you through a small story over here. So this is one of the products that we have been thinking in terms of. So every time we go through a Web3 ecosystem, we look at what is DeFi in terms of there is always a complex mechanic in terms of tokens and UAs that people get. So that is something that's very hard to use. So we have kind of flipped the concept in terms of how about this? So why don't we create the platform, use the Chingari as a platform to showcase the top content creators, and then make sure that they put kind of investment from other players to boost the early creators in the user creator content creator journey. So that's where the guilds will be the one of the products where we will make sure that we as a platform will give them for the top earners from a platform, because earning is very important in Web3. So you're able to have that ability from day one thanks to the Web3 ecosystem. So we partner with companies who will not just in terms of lending, also connecting to the investors from different emerging markets who will support the creators much early stage. And also we also have the video NFT marketplace. So this is one of the most unique products that we have launched recently. As I explained earlier, right? So read, write, and own. Here you create and own your content, and when you own your content, ownership is nothing but what are the cumulative amount of rights rights and rewards you get from the ecosystem. I think that's what matters the most. So here we enable that anyone who who makes sure that lists their NFTs, they get a 10% cut from all the future earnings from data that they hold on. So that is where we kind of come forward to make this initiative of video NFT marketplace, which will go live in a much open manner in the coming months. So that any content creator they're earning from a platform, that will be one way for us to be able to see, okay, who are the top content creators and let me invest in them. So that's how I think the video NFT marketplace, which is one of the unique creations from us. So as mentioned earlier, I think the token ecosystem it helps the content creators to meet their own user base, and in terms of token kind of make sure that there's a voice kind of between the creators and the user base. I think that's where this kind of helps. And eventually, of course, as once the people have skin in the game in terms of tokens, and they come not just in terms of how much tokens they hold, in terms of what is their interest in the ecosystem. That's always gauged by how frequently they participate in their governance. I think that is the very most important. And we have been the great advocate of mobile first. Come a lot of products out there. I think we will have this product is going live this month, and anyone can check out this how it is going to play. Starting with staking, and eventually into governance as well, where for each token you hold, you're able to make a decision in all the product launches that we have. And eventually, of course, creator loans, betting on creators. These are all kind of fun kind of elements. But eventually, I think the core value is like how do you translate towards the community voice? I think that's the most important out here. So yeah, to touch upon in terms of how the DAO works is usually the community does not have a proof of stay in any of the products that happen. But how about this is one way for us to connect with our community in terms of what are the big products that they want to see, and we can simply post a proposal and we get the voice from the community. This is something that we don't often see in the traditional ecosystem. I think this on-chain voting with the mobile first applications that we'll be seeing. So I think that's one of the value prop that we also want to give out to the community's user base. I think this, of course, so people often think why this is the who's who have kind of. I think this is also very important because stakeholders are also needed in terms of educating the user base. There is always a progressive loop in terms of how we educate the user base in terms of what we do as a platform, and of course, then we will act as a bridge for them to explore a lot of products in the ecosystem. It doesn't matter which blockchain we are built on. It is something with we will be a huge voice in terms of onboarding the users onto our ecosystem. And of course, in terms of the meat of the brass, so this is where I think the major impact that we have landed. So we look at the user base that we have, and in terms of course, these are some of the graphs that show in terms of our growth and in terms of how many user base we have onboarded onto our wallet ecosystem. So the number speaks for themselves. So 1.5 million on-chain users is something, but not a lot of products can speak about. I think because we have a very efficient understanding on what do the users want, and how do we make it easier for them without having to understand what blockchain we built on. And in terms of huge credit to Solana ecosystem that has helped us reach our first million. Is always the hardest, and I think it will just be upward from now, regardless of. I think the markets is different. This is something we cannot control, but the building and making sure the users understand what is Web3 and how can they benefit from this. I think that has not stopped for us until now. So I think this is something will be very powerful in going forward as well. Like how many users can we onboard without disturbing the user experience? And so just to add on, like for example, so the 1 billion on-chain users, that is the main goal, right? Because despite, I think if anyone understands what is the concept of Web3, we all of us have a shared alignment in terms of how can we make it 1 billion on-chain users. So it's just one of a call, like, is it even possible? Is always often the discussion among people, even though it's a very strong ecosystem, otherwise we wouldn't have been here since the first Bitcoin micro happened. I think this road to decentralization is what matters. We need all kind of stakeholders to participate in the ecosystem. So I think the first goal is to also make sure that we include the Web2 companies to also understand it better. So I think I'll just explain in a couple of slides how that could happen. So one of the main product launches that we're doing is how do we do it like a Web3 services? Like how do we onboard other Web2 companies to be part of our ecosystem or any ecosystem in this ones to make it easier for to make the shift. So this is what we are launching in the upcoming month. Web3 services basically we will decentralize all the products in terms of a different kind of open sourcing. We will partner with companies who are interested in using our services and make it sure that it's easier to make the transition. Because just to give an example, this is the best time to build in terms of not just for companies, community ecosystems, all the stakeholders who are involved in user education. This is the best time to build, because when the markets kind of go upwards and there's a lot of opportunities, that is the time where nobody will have the time to build. Go to market will be much competitive. But we make sure that we reach out to companies and make sure that this kind of enables them to make the switch much easier. So we will be decentralizing all the products that they build, right from the NFT marketplace, token rewards, and they don't even need to have their own token ecosystem. So that will be a huge impact that going forward. And one question all of you must be thinking, okay, this is fine. Where is the community in it? So that's where I think this will be the huge focus in terms of Agari Developer DAO. So this initiative that will always be the community first wing, where it's going to right from any events, grants, and hackathons. So we'll be part of it, and every community solutions will be each contribution, of course, is rewarded, because we have been a huge advocate of rewarding the developers for any solutioning that built for us. And of course, this will also be part of the services stack that I think this will help make it much easier for the Web2 companies to onboard to the Web3 ecosystem as well. Because at the end of the day, every revenues aside, I think people want to have a better ways to connect to the community and make sure that NFTs. Just to give an example, so Reddit was a company that's seen as a pure Web2 company, right? So what was their Web3? We don't mind talking about a lot of blockchains have been a huge player in making the Web2 to Web3 switch. So when they did the digital collectible launch, which they were not often always against NFTs, but when Reddit launched the digital collectibles initiative, I think everyone was so fond of it. So this was only possible through the Web3 stack, I think, which made it easier for the users to understand. And that is just one example of how you can onboard a Web2 company to a Web3 user base, where they're able to make that connect with the community in a very verifiable for users and connect with the community and with retrospective rewards as well. So I think this is how we look at it in terms of every developers that contributes to our solutioning stack will go directly to all the Web2 companies that we partner with. And I think this is the way to onboard 1 billion users. I think IBC Media, huge thanks to them as well in terms of giving us the community connect, even as an advisors of sorts. So huge thanks to them as well. And I think we'll be having a lot of conducting a lot of events and hackathon. Please, we'll reach out to us anytime on our socials, and we'll be glad to onboard a lot of developers as well from the community.
Thank you, Dr. Kamaraj. That was very interesting. We will take a short tea break for 15 minutes and regroup. We have 2 more panelists for this evening. Thank you. moderator का यहाँ लगा दो, हर्ष करम। No, हर्ष करम चाहिए। Moderator put it here, corner. Is Harsh, Mr. Harsh Karam Chetty's name placard there? Only 3 with the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, request you to please settle down. We are moving on to our next panel discussion. We have a pretty impressive lineup here. So for our next panel discussion, we have Harsha Karamchatti, co-founder of QuestBook, who will be moderating the session. The panelists are Sainath Gupta, Chief Executive Officer, NIT Finance, Pavan Adipuram, CEO, Chitmunks, Arpit Gupta, Chief Technology Officer, MLAI Digital Private Limited. They are going to focus on a very interesting topic, and that is what got disrupted by Web 3.0 and what are the opportunities and possibilities for students, education partners, and founders. So over to you. I request you to come onto the stage, please. Round of applause. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have another panelist joining this session, this Mr. Mayank from Wayne3 Chain. Can you please come up to the stage? Welcome, Mr. Mayank. Round of applause, please. Thank you. Yeah, you can start. Go ahead and start. Do you all have mics?
Hello. Hello.
Hey, hi everyone. Thanks for joining in. Thanks for staying back, first of all. So we have a pretty impressive lineup here. I hope you'll take a lot of things to note as part of this session. We have some basic questions and some interesting questions. We'll be talking about Web3 disruption, which are the areas in which there was significant Web3 disruption which will be relevant to you. But let's start off with basic introductions of each of us so that they know to whom the right questions have to be asked at the end of the session. So I'm Harsha. I'm the co-founder of Questbook. We disburse grants to Web3 developers. We disbursed close to $1.5 million in the last 4 to 5 months. Currently, Polygon runs its entire grants program on Questbook. So that is me. I'm Mayank.
So, hello everyone. I am Mayank Makija from Vani3 Chain. Vani3 Chain is basically a metaverse and blockchain as a service company. So currently we are working on a few use cases for the BFSI and healthcare sector in metaverse space. And in the blockchain, we are building various smart contracts, again on the BFSI and healthcare sector. So that's the pretty much introduction of my company.
Hi everyone. Nice to see young guns sitting over here. Wanted to listen what is happening on the blockchain side. So welcome everyone. I am Arpit. I am the CTO of a company called MLI Digital Private Limited. We develop AI solutions as well as DeFi plus blockchain related solutions for various financial institutions in the country. We have a couple of banks, insurance companies and NBFCs onboarded. And we're trying to pitch them our solutions so that they can get benefited in various aspects.
Hey guys, I'm Sainath. I run Net Finance. It's a cross-chain bridging protocol. We work with various chains and various projects together. On top of that, I do small investments. Probably I was one of the first guys to do meetups like this for Bitcoin, like almost like 8 years ago. Been into crypto from I think probably around 12 years. So yeah, thank you for having me here.
Hello everyone. I'm Pawan. I run a company called Chitmonks. So we have brought the administration of chit fund activities onto the blockchain into Telangana state 5 years back, and since then we are operating it. Currently we have so people call it as DeFi, and we were doing it before they termed the word DeFi. And currently we are kind of moved out of chit funds, and we have kind of upgraded beyond chit funds, and we're calling ourselves as chain monks. So focused on building Web3 technologies, infrastructures, anything related to tokenomics and other things. Thank you for having me here.
Before we proceed, I'd like to invite one more panelist, Mr. Charan Lakaraju. He's founder and CEO of StewMax. Please welcome him. Thank you.
Thank you. As always, students come last. And again, any technology is adopted by students last. By the way, I run a student platform called StewMax, and we are close to 500,000 students across 300 plus colleges. And more than happy to contribute to the panel. Thank you. Yeah.
Awesome. So let's start off there. Let's get the backbenchers first now. Since there are a lot of students here and you're the most relevant face to the students, and most of them already know you. I think a lot of them here have gone into Web3 space pretty recently. So let's start off how you got introduced to Web3, interactions you have had, some interesting interactions or resources you came across. How did you even hear about Web3? What made you curious? So that I think it will be helpful for the students.
So firstly, when running a community more than 500,000 students, it's always like kind of a curious thing. So we started working with couple of other community initiatives. I think the different initiatives, Polygon does one, Hashdem does one, Foundership does one. So I've been hosting lots of community sessions back in Hyderabad for students. But what I personally feel is like there's a lot to be done. It's still very early in the students' domain. And any technology to take forward, the first step is students, because they are the early adopters. Because any technology, there's no need of, everybody is 0 years experience in a new technology. And the beautiful point is like if a student adopts to it, he adopts with a fresh mind without any baggage. And as most of the enablers, let's say Questbook, lots of other companies now, Chainmonks and others, how can you nurture these students? Because still there's lots of misconceptions about people don't differentiate between crypto and Web3. People don't differentiate between NFT and others, because their only source of knowledge is YouTube and some of the fintech influencers. And these fintech influencers make them understand things from one perspective. It is very kind of there's a mirage kind of an effect.
Right.
So that's where I feel like these events, still I feel like, how can we do this 10x of this? The 10x times of what we are talking now. If we are addressing, now you can understand still the community is brewing. So how can we enable the students to take it forward? And how I heard Web3, obviously lots of companies, friends like you and a lot of others who migrated from Web2 to Web3, and there's always validation, the kind of right people who are the tech geeks. I keep telling funnily off the record how Naxalites met in a kind of when there is no law, there is nothing, but they want a revolution. I think that is how Web3 revolution, after a few days, everybody accepts this is a very normal norm. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome, that's a very detailed and fantastic answer. I actually had one more question towards the end of the panel discussion, but I'll ask that now because it's more relevant. Can you just suggest them some YouTube channels or Twitter handles to follow, which will be amongst the lot of chaos for them to direct them in the right direction in Web3?
I suggest them to follow Questbook. That's better, I guess. Yeah, I think I'll promote you. That's better. Yeah.
Yeah, Sainath,
So
Pawan.
Questbook, if you want to learn the tech. So they make lots of tech articles, so definitely tech. But there are hundreds of, so the way I would say is go online. When I was running my first node for Bitcoin mining way back 12 years ago, it was completely random. We had to go with a gut feeling. We had to go with lots of random ifs and buts. So that's how we started off. And most of the hackers from that era were like that. You don't need to stick to a single brand. You can go with multiple brands and see what they're saying. Are they trying to sell something else, or they're trying to really impart situation? After Questbook, I can also say Developer DAO. They also do a decent job in teaching stuff. And then you can, and it need not be only the technical part. You need not just learn the coding part. You can learn a business part. You can learn a marketing part. You can learn how to run a successful product company. All of this can be learned one by one. If somebody wants to learn, say, a successful business model, how to make one, check out Y Combinator's classes or Udemy's classes. So everything will have definitely some good stones. So you have to figure it out on it and take it forward from there.
So I'll just add one. Bankless is one good, channel. I don't know how many of you know this, but it's an amazing channel. You should all follow Bankless if you want to know more about, crypto, what's happening, what is in the store, definitely. So coming to the Web2 part, I have a story to tell. So see how Web3 interested me, especially, when we are we were a Web2 company, clearly we are a Web2 company, trying to build something for the, disruption of the chit fund space. At least we were very focused on chit funds business. And what interested us was more in terms of the decentralization aspect. Obviously, it's a no-brainer, right? When we are talking about blockchain, we are talking about decentralization aspect. But very quickly we realized that it is a it is a myth, right? I mean, it will take time. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not going to happen, but it's going to take some time. So decentralization is definitely going to take some time. Then we started focusing more on the disintermediation part of it. I mean, there are multiple angles of blockchain, right? I mean, so how much can we disintermediate and how much can we, distribute? The distributed ledger technology, again, is not new, I mean, in terms of computing part, right? So that was our fundamental, I mean, as a Web2 company, when we are thinking of solving a problem, that's how, we started thinking, how much of this can be disintermediated, how much of this can be actually, made immutable for the future transactions and all of that. And that's how we started thinking Web3. But the real Web3 perspective was brought in when I was, thinking of how the Google Maps are actually created, right? I mean, think of it, see if the entire Google Maps is now getting created in today's technology, right? I mean, Google Maps probably was created way back 15 years, 20 years back, right? I mean, if you think of it, right? If you want to redo the Google Maps today, Web3 is the right way of doing it, right? Everybody owns a piece and everybody actually contributes into the Web3, which is what the Web3, I mean, Google Maps was built, right? But today, nobody actually makes money except for Google in it, right? I mean, if you think of that perspective of, how the creators can actually benefit and how you can, I would say, disrupt the business models, you will see opportunities in many such use cases. That is what I would like to add.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. That's a very detailed answer. Arvind, have anything to share here?
Yeah. So in my case, the drift from Web 2 to Web 3 was unknowingly a move which made, like one of our bank made us to move from Web 2 to Web 3. So we were developing an AI application, and the output was supposed to move on to a blockchain application altogether. So that's how we moved from Web 2 to Web 3, and then the journey moved from Web 2 to Web 3 now. And knowing about the Web 3 advantages altogether, it's certainly a good platform. Students like you should never consider Web 2, like Web 3 or blockchain or crypto as one or the same thing. There is a lot of difference. Just keep crypto aside. You guys are very young, so you should try to learn the blockchain side. And if let's say, first of all, your textbook and your teachers are the main guidance what you have got in your life, post that there are YouTube channels, there are online platforms where you can do codings. And I have personally seen like students from there who have actually cracked a hackathon or are top rankers on those online platforms, have got very good packages from very good companies. In fact, we do hire a lot of people from those platforms because those kids have actually done actual implementation on some of these use cases which we are talking about. So try to explore these things. As I told, like, again, I'm repeating, your textbook and your teachers are your main source of knowledge, but still you want to move further, then go for these YouTube online channels as well as online platforms where you can code and get good ranking. There is a ranking system over there, so you can get good ranking, and I'm very sure companies would run after you to hire you.
Awesome. Mayank?
Talking about my journey, we were basically into software development and development of applications. The transition from Web 2 to Web 3 was, so it happened in a way where our client asked us for a requirement which we had to build into the Web 3. Then I started learning about this space, and I learned about the beauty of the system, beauty of the blockchain, that this is a decentralized platform. So I would say that as college students, you should learn about the concepts first, and then should see that if you can be developers or you want to be on the architecture side of it, or what exactly suits you, right? So I can talk about metaverse more since I'm working on this space as well. So as Harsha asked a few questions about like which channels would you suggest, so there is one DAP University, which is a YouTube channel. You can go and see the courses there. And there's official channel of Microsoft, which has very amazingly defined the use cases of HoloLens 2 or metaverse things. So you can see and you can explore like where what's the actual use case of metaverse or blockchain. You'll get to learn a lot about that. Thank you.
Awesome. I think all of them have covered most of the things. I'll just add whatever is missing. Of course, there are all these YouTube channels and Twitter accounts to follow. There are more, not just like Westbook, there is BuildSpace, there is also DAP University, as Mayank was mentioning. But there is something very basic, right? Now these are like at least 10-15 options in front of you. Now you don't know where to start. So the only lucky part of Web3 is there is one place to start, which is a Bitcoin white paper. So go on to YouTube and look for simplest explanations of Bitcoin white paper. I think the moment you have that starting point, that is when you'll differentiate yourself from crypto and blockchain. You'll try to understand and learn more about Web3 and blockchain, and not just from the investment standpoint, but more from the technology standpoint. And let me also break the hype around Web3. Most of the top Web3 folks I have met in this industry do not have a computer science background, right? There were medical professionals, there were people who were artists who came here and learn about Web3. So you need not be a geek in computer science, and this is not like an advanced level of computer science for you to get it. It's very accessible. You have to be patient. And as I said, luckily we have a starting point. Start off with a Bitcoin white paper, and all these universities, these folks have suggested, will make great sense to you. Yeah, that's 2 cents from my side. Again, Mike, back to Charan, because again, basing this on your interactions with student, and I'm optimizing this entire discussion for students. If you were a student at this age, in 2022, in their age, how would you approach learning Web3?
So first, most of the times, one thing which I understood, like being in the education industry from last decade and more than 11 to 12 years now, Guinea 2016, there were big data hackathons used to happen in colleges. They used to come, but there was no data set. And the funniest part was, who are the students who were attending, they didn't even know SQL well. So just imagine when someone doesn't know SQL query and he's taking them into a big data hackathon. So one request, not to students but to the companies also, when they come to students, the first thing is nobody is talking about prerequisites. Before coming to, everyone is thinking blockchain is another technology, but it is at the end of the day, it is at the, wo piche ka pipe hai. It is whatever is there before is all Web2 itself. It's like you are connecting it to a blockchain, and people don't bust those myths. And the second problem is, nobody talks in a layman's language. We try to complex it. It is more like if you go to a doctor, he'll never try to tell you like in a simplified language. First, he'll terrorize you. Slowly, technology guys are becoming like that. They are terrorizing people. So I request students first to understand what are basic prerequisites. And now every other company today, and I was there in Bangalore a couple of days back, every Web3 founder only requests for one thing. If we have resources, we'll get funding. And there was a very funny statement. One platform came to me and they said, if you have 10,000 users per day, we can be a unicorn in Web3 space. Adaptability. But the problem here is most of the students don't know that this is not another technology, it is the whole application of the technologies in a different way. That is one. And there's lots of noise, we need music. And that noise should be eliminated by few people. And every year, who are the evangelists which we are choosing is very important in colleges, because the real guys don't go to colleges. Immediately there are some set of people who start boot camps and workshops in colleges immediately. Any new technology if they come, next day there will be one technology, 1 day workshop on blockchain. And college students apply for that thing and they get a certificate at the end. I completed 1 day workshop on blockchain. They put it on the resume, they send it to Abhishek or they send it to Harsha or Abhilash, and Abhilash takes that resume and puts it in the dustbin. Because this guy attends 1 day workshop on blockchain. The same company used to conduct 1 day workshop on IoT 2 years back. The same company used to conduct 1 day workshop on big data and other thing AI ML. And now if you go to few colleges, there is a CSC blockchain also. There is a CSC engineering in blockchain branch. And there is no faculty. Every college today has like Aparichit, CSC AI, CSC blockchain, CSC IoT, CSC data science, like Amirpet Institute, colleges have become now. Now the question is, where will we get resources and how many companies will be evolved through this? And today every company, like let's say Microsoft has a student partner program. Amazon AWS created Activate program because they give 5,000 AWS credits, $5,000, $1,000 credits to students. So when they develop their first project, they host it on AWS. Tomorrow when they join your company, they say, please migrate to AWS, I'm very comfortable with it. Suddenly you become a customer of AWS, even you are a customer of Azure. The same thing should happen to blockchain, where learning programs should happen to students. And again, the second thing, self-learners. Not all are self-learners. You know, we used to study these dummies books, C for dummies, Java for dummies and stuff. So how can we create those networks, and networks like you, because you represent Polygon and a lot of other activities, and grants, I always say grants are taken for granted in India. More than research, Google search happens. So you should understand those grants are not the solution. First, you should prepare people for the grants. Is he eligible for the grant? Because those grants are taken for granted. There is no seriousness. After $5,000, it is over. What is the big deal? Neither Polygon guy is giving from his pocket, his investors' money, he is giving to someone else, and someone is using for the someone else's purpose. So I request, please do some meaningful association with students. So what are prerequisites? I want pre-blockchain kind of a thing. You know, if someone has to work with blockchain, what should be the prerequisites? It's like when someone goes to a movie, he does a workshop first. So I'm requesting all of you companies, we can be a very happy supporter as a community member. We can take you to right people. Choose like a Super 30 for blockchain from different colleges. Your own companies can get benefited from that. And I'm only advocating from non-IITs, non-IIITs, non-BITS, non-NITs. Those students don't require anything. You know, there is no need of doing Annadanam in Banjara Hills. Where is the needy? Please put food to them. And those are the audience who are sitting here. Yeah.
See, I think he's given advice to us, not to the students. Okay, that's fine. So we keep hearing Charan again and again on these things. You know, how do we actually engage with the students? So we try our best. There are internship melas happening. There are workshops happening. We try to spend some time and understand. See, one advice, if I have to be candid about today's, if I am a student in 2022. That is the question, right? Yeah. So obviously 2022 is very different from 2002 when I was passed out. 2002 we didn't have a mobile phone, we didn't have internet connection. The biggest thing what we used was email, right? I mean, sending an email to a professor in Amazon, not even Amazon, outside foreign, Illinois or any other colleges, US colleges, if you have to send, right? It used to be a big deal. I mean, I have sent an email to the professor and professor has replied to me, right? 2002 I'm talking about, right? I mean, 20 years, a lot of things changed, a lot of, exposure. Now you have information at the tip of your hand. You don't need, I still see consultants doing a lot of, consultancy jobs for students, especially for placing in schools and colleges, US colleges. But I think one thing, if I am a 2022 student, see, I have access to information. It is about me. But at the same time, I also have enough distractions also, and in my phone, I open a phone, I get distracted, right? I try to do something. Even today, when I open my phone, I intend to do something. The moment I open a phone, I just get into something else, and I forgot. I mean, after some time, I don't even realize what I wanted to do. I wanted to message someone, call someone. I get lost into the notification. So simple thing is, I switch off notifications. I don't see anything unless I go and open that app. So one thing, from the 2022 student perspective, if I am actually looking at the technology evolution happening, be it AI/ML, be it blockchain, NFTs, anything which is happening in a Web3 space, I think the holistic education is very, very important. I mean, technology is one part, which anyway I strongly believe colleges should play a big role in educating students in that space. So I keep telling jokingly some of the places where we go for hiring, if they know JavaScript, we'll take. I don't need them to know blockchain. I can train them in blockchain. Okay, if they know basics of Java programming, JavaScript, I'm happy to take them. So that is what we keep telling. So that is one part of it, but if I'm in 2022, I would actually focus more on the, not just the technology part of it, on the business part of it also. Like what is actually happening? Why is, you heard Chingari talking, you heard, today, different businesses, Polkadot talking. Polkadot is the layer 1 blockchain, right? I mean, if they are actually doing something, what is the difference between Polkadot or, Polygon or any other blockchain? I would first want to understand that part first. Technology is anyway given, you have to spend time there. And there are, like we discussed, you're already spending time on different, classes or the channels as well. But this part of, dissecting the businesses is very, very important. If you understand business, then you will think in any of the discussions tomorrow also. That's 2 cents from my side.
Yeah, Sana.
So,
thanks for this.
So if I was a student in 2022, first thing I would try to do is find something that I really going to love and going to be passionate about. It can be anything, like, if somebody follows my career from last 12 to 30 years in a way, everything I have done, I love doing it. I spent countless nights on it, okay? And been like an above average intelligence in that category of thing. So I always feel like, if you're students, you're probably at age of 21 to 23, you should explore a bit. You should try to figure the right thing that you are passionate about. It can be anything. It can be photography. It can be making some clay-based earthenware or whatever it is. Just try finding that. Then try to see how you can make money out of it. That will give you a best satisfaction of life. Now it comes to Web3 or a normal way of jobs. It's like, next 2 years are going to be bad. Whatever other people are going to say, it's like, I have been a charter. So we do charting of, entire economies for hundreds of years and try to figure what's the right place to buy, right place to sell. That's one of the hobbies I do. I was one of the few guys who said in 2018 the Bitcoin price is going to go up. It's on my LinkedIn. Probably Pawan remembers, like, when COVID was going to hit, everybody was thinking it was stupid. I was telling to people that I know that it's going to be bad, it's going to be bad. People were laughing me off. And Pawan, do you remember, I told people to buy crypto 5 years ago, and people actually said, you are a scammer, get out of the groups. From the group that I created in IIIT Hyderabad, okay? So this kind of shit happens, you need to, like, try to find something that you really love and try to invest time and effort on it and, like, try to be really good in that part, okay? The way that I would see is, like, Charan has told his version of one-day workshops. I have done free workshops in Matrushi and other places. The way I have done it was, like, to get the students get a feel of it. Like, you should get a feel like, this is the tech it is. Like, this how this kind of data is, like, analyzed. If you look at big data, like, you see this is the data. Like, so one of the projects we did almost, like, I think 8 years ago was, like, scrapping of election data and, like, figuring out certain things, biases in the villages and towns for a political party. Okay, these kind of things don't come out of blue. You need to get certain exposure. We never know when you go and learn something. You never know when it will be useful. Like, so always get exposed. Always try out new things. And right now, this is the right time for being a self-starter because the markets are bad. So you can learn on your self-pace. Try learning multiple things. Like, if you depend it on a single thing, then that becomes a single point of failure, and we never know what's going to work and what's not going to work. Generally, when it comes to me, like, when the recruitment comes to me for my own company, what I do is, like, I try to see what this guy has done. Like, is it like a standard 99 other people has resume, or like somebody else was tried something new? Then we try to see if, okay, this guy has tried something new in his life. It might be chess, it can be kabaddi, it can be some one-day workshop in some place, or he has traveled to somewhere to IIT Kharagpur, learned something for 1 day or 5 days workshop or something of the sort. Then there's chance we shortlist that kind of resumes and, like, try to see the next level of shortlisting to happen through us. But yeah, this is my view.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think a lot of inputs for you guys, right? My input would be a summary of whatever they have said. That's true, actually. Next 1.5 years or 2 years gonna be difficult for every one of us. The hiring would be paused. I won't say it's a recession which is coming. So my only suggestion is try to learn different technologies. The basic technologies would help us, like Python or any kind of front-ending script, JavaScript or React or anything of that sort. Because like in our case itself, whenever we have to hire good interns or good freshers, we go for full stack developer who knows at least bit and pieces of all the stuff what these people are like saying. And all the mentioned technologies have some kind of a base for these technologies. And if you really love the IT part of it or software part of it, you just don't want to get a job or something, then this is something which you can learn from anywhere. Otherwise, there are 100 of other options to earn money. Non-intelligent videos people are creating just to earn money. So I'm sure there are those options as well. So just take these inputs. I'm sure this can help every one of us because like, yes, next 12 months or 18 months gonna be difficult. So, and if you have any plans to go for higher studies, I think this is the best time.
So everyone has shared given very great inputs. So to answer the question asked by Harsha, I would say that I'm still learning. 5 years back I was learning, and in the coming years I would be learning. So the thing is that you should be consistent in learning anything. So here's a great takeaway for you today. The concept that I believe in for learning so the concept is called connect the dots. You know, whenever you start learning, so as I said that anyone or everyone, you should not focus on being a developer. At least you should learn about the technology first. Then you should decide that you would be a developer or whatever it is. So connect the dots says that, say for example, you started learning about Web3. So to learn about Web3, you need to complete a circle. That yes, so say for example, today you have opened YouTube and started learning about Web3, right? You might see a concept called DeFi. So you'll see a video, maybe a 10 minutes video, 5 minutes video, you won't be able to relate. But over the period of time, you would be able to relate, you know, like connect the dot. Maybe they just mentioned the concept of solidity. So right now, you must have just heard the word solidity, right? Maybe in the next video, you will be able to connect with the previous video. Right? So that's how, you know, the whole circle will get completed. So as my friend very well mentioned that these one-day workshops, like the problem with that student was he just completed that one-day workshop and never continued and just ran away with the certificate. So that one-day workshop should be, again, the dot in that circle, right? So I believe that you should learn in this way, that you should focus on this takeaway, that connect the dots. And again, consistency is the key. You should keep on watching videos, keep on learning from the mentors. And again, we will soon be launching our own videos on our YouTube channel. So as my company name is Vany3Chain, W-A-N-Y. So we'll be launching those videos very soon. So maybe you can subscribe to our channel or search on YouTube. Thank you.
Awesome. I think everybody said we are summarizing each other, but all of them had different answers. And I think internet has kind of proved that lack of access to knowledge is not the reason for your stupidity, right? What's missing is focus and that desire. And if I were to start in 2022, I think I would do it very differently. I would try to get connected to the people who have similar curiosity. I would want to be around people who are also having the similar kind of desire, who are also running behind similar things, and I'll run along. I think if I have to redo my last 10 years, that's how I would want to do it. There are, people think, right, like a lot of this Web3 development is happening in the West, or not, at least in Hyderabad, but that's not true. That's the realization which I've had in the recent times. I'm meeting these folks here. There is Abhishek Sisla here in the front row. Raise your hand. Like after the hackathon, everybody should just connect to him on Telegram. Like these people are one of the brightest minds in Web3 space. And I don't know, somehow Hyderabad there was no enough light. Maybe because of the huge light, the sun of Bangalore. But yeah, like connect to the right folks. These people are all around you. Just stay in touch with them. Try to learn from them. I think there is a innate inspiration attached when you're running along with folks. I think that would be my 2 cents. Connect to the people at this age, connect to the right people who have similar curiosity. Also, just to mention it again, the title of the talk is nothing to do with what we are talking now. So the title of talk is Web3 Disruption. So just to address that particular part, at least let's start off there. Pawan, I think you would be rightly placed to answer this question first. Where do you think has Web3 disrupted the most so far? Yeah, which areas have you seen the Web3 disruption the most?
See, again, like I'll take that example again. So ownership. I mean, if you think of Web3 for me, I think I'm sure you would have heard of what is Web3 from the morning in different terms. Web3 is kind of passing the ownership to the creator and the user, right? I mean, whoever is using, contributing, and that at that level, right? Even if you have seen the Chingari use case also, the idea is to give back to the creators who are actually contributing into the economy, right? I mean, if you're thinking of a Google economy, Facebook economy, Amazon economy, the biggest the contributors are the people who are using it, users who are using it, and typically they don't get anything, right? If you can reimagine these use cases in a Web3 model, it's going to be very, very disruptive. I mean, what Chingari is trying to do is very disruptive. Like he said, getting a billion customers into, again, I strongly believe this part as well. Web3 will be the entry portal. I mean, if you think of it, right, portal for bringing a billion users into the blockchain. I mean, all the while we were talking about D5s, NFTs, and any other things. But Web3 as a business model, when you see the disruptions, what's going to happen to the business models, I think we'll see number of users coming into this space. I think that would be the take. We should keep our eyes open on the business models, how Web3 is going to disrupt the business models, and maybe become part of it. I mean, like Arpit was mentioning, maybe this is a good time for you to study. I little bit disagree with that. I mean, humbly, I should say. The reason is, when the things are down, definitely this is the time where you should actually focus on building something big. I mean, I know it's tough times. It's going to be tough, but I would say if you can actually reimagine the business models and focus on the core competencies of your technologies, or especially on the Web3 technologies, who knows, you might be anyone who's sitting here probably will be building $1 billion product from India as well. That's how I see it.
I can take two examples what Pawan has suggested. One is Aave, which is largest lending protocol. The guy is a lawyer. He does not know tech. And he literally did this. Like in 2017, when the market was down, he started building it. And now it's $1 billion plus. Other one comes to my mind is InstaDapp. They were Hyderabadi chaps, two brothers, 21 to 23 age. Literally, as far as I know, they didn't have any tech thing when they started it off. And InstaDapp now manages like $14 billion of assets in DeFi. So it's a right time in my view also, either to study or either to build. So it boils down to your choice, like what you want to do. Yeah, what you're passionate about.
Yeah, I would suggest like my metaverse is will be the biggest disruption in Web3. Okay, we have seen use cases, a lot of big banks, and industry-wise, if I talk about a lot of brands are going into metaverse. We are developing solutions at the same time. We are seeing the actual use of these use cases. So, and metaverse is complete, again, a holistic solution which includes AR, VR, AI, blockchain, all those things are coming at one place, and it's gonna be huge. So if that is something which you guys can go through, and it's very interesting, like a lot of banks are doing it, and they're doing it in the best quality, I would say. So in my opinion, metaverse could be biggest disruption.
How much time do we have left, or are we already out of? 3 minutes. So we'll take some questions from the. You wanted to say?
I also wanted to mention the metaverse thing. So Arpit has already mentioned that. Let's move on to Q&A.
Yeah, let's see if we have. Any questions?
Any questions?
So my question is on Polkadot. Why things went south side for Polkadot after parachain auctions? Why things went south side for Polkadot after parachain auctions?
But the market became bear, right?
I think like
Parachain things were like December of 2020.
Yeah, yeah.
So obviously the market was going bad from as soon as FMEC was increasing the interest rates, and everybody knew it was going to increase. So what happened till last year October? Every state in US was giving freebies. They don't need to pay back the loans. They had a stay on the loans, and states themselves were giving out lots of money, which was being pushed into commodities and all these things. Okay, so as soon as this parachain auctions were happening, which coincided with the downfall of the crypto market itself, it looks like the south side, but they are building. They're not like what do you say? The guy who runs the show is a PhD. One of the founders of co-founders of Ethereum, if I remember it correctly. So yeah, but interestingly, that's the interesting thing. So one example that you can see what happens to early market is I think the first guy who took the auction paid $25 million, and the last guy who took it is like $1,000, I think. Yeah. So that's how early markets are. We never know the risk-reward ratio how it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Awesome. Thanks a lot. If you have anything to say, like last 1 minute advice, 30 seconds advice.
So one final statement which I keep saying, any technology when it is starting off, this is the early days for people. I personally feel like people need to spend more time on how can you create that analogy. There are lots of analogies are there, and every adoption starts with two things which I feel. One is games and entertainment. And that takes any technology to the masses. And those are the two things. If we create more of such things, it will take people first adopt the technology first. So rather than talking too much jargon there, it's better if we talk about entertainment, if we talk about games. That's where people come into this world. So recently we did a community meetup, and hardly when someone was surprised from Hashed. He said we do a community meetup of 100 people. We did a community meetup of 1800 people in T-Hub. And in 1800 people, when we had like Quest Pros and all those metaverse kind of an experiential VR devices, students loved like anything. They spend time with those Quest Pros because most of them don't even get a hand to a Quest Pro in their lifetime. They are holding a Quest Pro for the first time. So when you create such access, the curiosity levels in people start kicking in, because that's the easiest thing that someone can do is to play a game. So my request because here I'm more on this panel representing them than the Web3 community, I wanted to ask create more games. We should have more 10 Abhishek this class. So it's how we create more content on that, and how can we take that content to people, utilize people like us to distribute that content, and how we adopt more people onto this platform so that once that curiosity kicks in, a real game developer is a person who played more games. The same thing, a real Web3 guy will be a person who uses Web3 first. So that's one request. And second thing, journey is longer. When cloud came in, banks never used it. Mainframes they loved mainframes like anything. Now every bank proudly tells that they are on the cloud. There will be a day when every bank says that we have our own coin, we use only Ripple, we use only this. That day will come. And every student final statement, you should always look at technologies. Don't look at technology which is trending today. Down market or up market. Look at your career is there after 10 years. So start adapting to the technology which is good after 10 years. Don't look at a trending technology today and use it. Your career will be after 10 years. So learn a technology which will be useful after 10 years. Don't just learn a technology which is outdated or other things.
Yeah.
Please stay. Please stay.
We have a small gift for you guys, so please stay.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining.
Ground realities.
It's Abhishek, otherwise I would not have. Abhi wanted me to.
Just a request, can you give some voice bites to our video analysts? Thank you. That was a very interesting session, and we learned quite a lot, especially about ground realities on Web3, and a lot of insights for students here. So we'll move on to our next panel discussion. And the panelists are Srinivas Raja, CEO, Newforce Global; Abhishek Sistla, Omniflex; Afra Amir, Blockchain Evangelist, Orasi Software; Anish Anthony, COO, T-Hub; and the panel will be moderated by Anup Woodkori, CEO, Nitro Network. Please welcome them. Thank you.
Hello. Hey, hi guys. I'm Anup Woodkuri. I'm the CEO of Nitro Network. At Nitro Network, we are building full stack IoT solutions. So I would say we are somewhere building Web 2.0 solutions and taking it to the next level, that is Web 3.0. We are using a lot of blockchain offerings, a lot of these solutions that are possible only through what this new generation of technology could offer, and we are making it a lot more robust. But today, let me talk a lot more about our panel members today. And to begin with, I'll just start. See, the construct of Web 3.0 has three main advantages, in my opinion, that is ownership, transparency, and monetization. And it's going to be the premise on every product that we build in the future. So the topic for today's panel would be, what is the future of Web 2.0 with Web 3.0 solutions? So let me start with our panel members, and our first entrepreneur here, Mr. Srinivas Raja. Thanks, sir, for coming here.
Yeah, thank you, Anup, for the introduction. So a quick background about me. So I'm a bootstrap of $25 million. And we are a SaaS-based product company, and we also have a Web3 product company. Just to talk about the subject, if you look at the disruption, what Web 2 has done it. I tell you that Web 2 itself has done a disruption because the consumer behavior has been changed. You know, there used to be a period where every one of us want to go out, with your father and with your mother, and you used to go and do all your purchases of retail consumers, both products and services. And as COVID is one of the reasons why the Web 2 has really disrupted. And if you look at it in India, there are a lot of e-commerce players, and these companies have really done pretty well, right? So I don't think so anyone today carrying a cash. So everyone is using a smartphone, and you use the PhonePe and Paytm in terms of your payments. So that's a fintech, that's a Web 2.0. Now, the 3.0, the subtle difference is that the consumer behavior cannot be changed, because you as a consumer, now you're expecting sitting at home, either you want to do a haircut, either you want to have any purchase of any products or services, even you want an electrician or plumber, you don't bother to call your father and ask, hey, can you help me on the plumber, get the number, right? So we are more using the technology, right? So consumer behavior will not be changed, but from a Web 3.0 perspective, I think there are some set of capabilities. I think from all the morning, a lot of people have talked about it. Crypto, you talk about NFTs, you talk about metaverse, you talk about other like ambient computing is a new technologies, NLP is coming up, machine vision is coming up. So these are all, the way, the Web 2.0 companies will be adopting to these technologies, and then they will end up becoming Web 3. And might be a use cases of this. I was in Dubai when I was attending a metaverse session, and there was a question in the morning because the audience here is more academic, right? There was a question talking about, hey, everyone is talking about coding. We are engineers, we are civil engineers, we are mechanical engineers, we are electrical engineers. We are not engineers, we are BSc graduates. And what is the takeaway for us out of this meeting, right? So the fashion technology, now they are calling it the digital fashion, metaverse. It's a virtual earth where I think the fashion will be a digital fashion where might be online going forward the purchase will be taken. And even H&M as a big corporate, they are trying to do their fashion and apparel different products. Whenever every 6 months the fashion keep on changing, right? New shirts, new apparels, you release it, new products. They are doing it on the metaverse. So these are the use cases where they managed to reduce their operating cost by 30%, right? So these are few case studies, and so this is how H&M Web 1.0, you need to go to the store physically. A Web 2.0, you go online on the H&M website, like Amazon, you purchase it. And in Web 3.0, you might be on Metaverse, making the buying decision of your products. So that's my view on this.
No, thank you, sir. And I'd like to introduce Mr. Anish Anthony, sir, the Chief Operating Officer of this beautiful incubator, by the way, and also a tech entrepreneur in the past. So, sir, what are your thoughts about Web 3.0?
So hi, quick background voice myself. My name is Wing Commander Anish. I am the Chief Delivery Officer for T-Hub. So anything that goes wrong here, you can blame me for it. Right? But prior to this, I was also one of the founding team member of an gated community application called MyGate. So I was one of the founders of that. And prior to that, for 20 years, I was a pilot in the Indian Air Force. I retired as a Wing Commander. So that's my background. Coming to Web 2.2 to 2.3, right? One is I'm a non-tech guy, as you can see. I have a functional understanding of business. I have a functional understanding of how technology can be used to further business, right? That is what I am good at. If you see the transition from Web 1.0, when 1.0 was read-only, right? You could only read and see content. Web 2.0 brought interactivity along with it, right? You can touch, feel, and do something, and it would react to it, right? Transition has to go beyond that, right? Where does it go beyond that, right? I think both at the front end and at the back end, Web 3.0 has got the potential to change that. What does it mean? It means that the entire experience of engaging with the web itself is going to change, right? But that depends on what are the layers which sit on Web 3.0, which means that can I add a layer of AR, VR, MR on top of Web 3.0 and make that experience so enriching? Can I add a layer of can I use it in the use case of metaverse to make that experience more interesting? That is at the front end of it. That's a UI piece of it. At the back end of it, can Web 3.0 help me to build more trust, right? Who I am, it can tell me exactly who I am interacting with, what I am interacting with it, right? And what is a better way to interact it without somebody else moderating it, right? The platform is not in somebody's control, but the platform is being controlled by itself. Essentially what decentralization means, right? So I think both at the front end and at the back end, I think Web 3.0 has got the capability to take it to the next level. I think that is what Web 3.0 means in its true sense, right? I think it will take a little bit of time, like all technologies, it will take a little bit of time to evolve, right? And that evolution will come when there are prospects of monetization out of this whole piece, right? Are people willing to pay that much extra for that enhanced experience at the front and the enhanced trust at the back, right? Once somebody was able to build business cases around those used cases, I think that is when the Web 3.0 is going to really take off. That is one piece of it, right? The second piece of it is that I believe that Web 3.0 for a sector or an industry to adopt it, I think a majority of the industry has to start adopting it. Like what happened rightly, and the previous speaker was speaking about AWS, for example, right? Now banks went on the cloud, right? Banks went on the cloud when they realized that everything was going on the cloud, right? And if they're not getting on the cloud, then it is detrimental to their inherent business sense, right? It increases costs, your server costs, सब कुछ increase हो जाता है, right? So that is when that transition happened, and it happened at a really far, that inflection point, wo the hockey stick bolte hai na. So that is when that happened at that pace, right? That inflection point, nobody can predict that. As students, what we can do is try and prep for that inflection point. वो आने वाला है भाई, right? It is going to get there. When it is going to get there, I am not very sure anyone in this room or anyone out there is able to predict कि boss, 2023 January 4th it will inflict. No, nobody can do that, right? It will take, the ecosystem evolves on its own self, right? And when it happens, it will really happen. When the big boys get into it, they will cause an inflection. It will be too late for you to prep because some people are already prepping for it, right? So you want to stay ahead of the curve, you want to stay behind the curve. As students, as followers of technology, it is up to position ourselves where we want to be. I guess that's what I have to say, I think, yeah.
Oh, thank you, sir. I have a lot more questions for you, but Abhishek, thanks for
ज़्यादा
coming
मत पूछो यार, non-tech आदमी हूँ मैं.
Sir was a wing commander, went into tech and came into an incubator and is pulling my leg like this. What do I say? So anyway, Abhishek, a fellow entrepreneur in the space, building a very interesting startup called Omniflix. It's a media entertainment industry based product. Let him, I would like Abhishek speak for it.
Yeah, hi, I'm Abhishek. So we are working on what is Omniflix today. So before I start talking, I'll ask a few questions. How many of you are like students? Like, please raise your hand. Okay, this is good. Just keep your hands raised. So how many of you actually have Bitcoin? Oh shit. Okay. How many of you have downloaded a movie using a torrent? Downloaded, not uploaded. Okay, good. So thing is that you're already exposed to P2P networks. You're already exposed to this infrastructure, right? You already downloaded a movie. Imagine that if you like download legit stuff, not copyrighted stuff, and if you get paid for it. The economy layer is what, blockchain, DLT has presented, right? There are a lot of other things, but, you already have exposure is what I'm saying. So this is not something that is extremely new. We've been using this tech for quite some time. It's just not at a layer where everyone can see. It is the difference between a HTTPS, and a Facebook. So Facebook uses HTTPS, Google uses HTTPS. No one cares about how HTTPS actually works, correct? Yes or no? So hopefully, personally I've been exploring computers since quite some time, since around 2007, and explored the Web 1, saw the transition between Web 1 and Web 2 rather very fast. Web 2 and Web 3, the transition happened very slow, right? And we didn't even realize while we were thinking about all these. And I personally believe there can be major disruption that can happen when a non-financial use case arrives and picks up steam in Web3. So like a game, like I'm biased towards what I'm building, but definitely, more than a financial use case. If, we saw the raise of hands, right? How many had Bitcoin? And everyone's talking here about, this pure tech that everyone can utilize will change the world. But first, we need to get exposed to it. So there are multiple ways in which you can gain exposure. Yeah, you can play Web3 games. Actually, in the previous panel, that was a very good point. Play games, small, simple games. Don't get addicted to those, don't be a gambler, but just understand how the tech works. And once that happens, you'll eventually figure out the financial use cases. I'm sure most of you have figured out how to like if you played PUBG, you might have figured out ways to make money using PUBG, right? But there might be other ways also, and like financialization of all these can occur because of the economy layer. Like someone also told in the previous panel, like in a Web 2 company, you might need hundreds of thousands of users or maybe even millions of users to gain the get the same exact revenue as maybe 10,000 people in Web3. That is because you don't go to YouTube with a credit card. This is something that we've been hearing for quite some time, right? You don't go to these sites, apps with a credit card or you don't go with money, right? But when you're interacting with Web3, there is this aspect of money. Whether you use it or not is your choice. So I'll say non-financial use cases will enable that disruption that we all need.
I hate paying for YouTube, by the way. So, no, but really interesting insights, right? Like, Play to Earn is obviously one of the biggest platforms and one of the biggest use case that came up. So, you know, there's a lot more to go, and like you said, financial aspect is one side of it, but you know, the core fundamentals of what blockchain is supposed to be doing, if that is recognized and that's supposed to be scaled, and I think we are going to see a lot of adoption. But more about it, and our final panelist, Afra Amar, she's a quantum computing researcher, which even I am very new to, so I would love to hear what it means, and please introduce yourself.
All right, hi guys, I'm Afra, and currently I'm doing research in quantum computing, primarily in the cryptography region of quantum computing. So that is where my interest in Web 3.0 and cryptography, that's how it stemmed out. And when we're talking about, you know, blockchain, Web 3.0, essentially what it is, it's basically blockchain at the core of it, and essentially it is cryptography. So basically you're taking whatever message, you're encrypting it, and that's how you are, you know, building trust with the user. But what if this trust is not trustable? So here's where quantum computing comes into play. Quantum computing challenges the very core of blockchain itself, which is encryption. So there's actually this algorithm called Shor's algorithm, which was, I think, discovered around 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So theoretically, it is possible to break public key encryption, cryptography, I mean. So it's evolving at such a rate that it's threatening Web 3.0 according to me. So which is why I am coming into play to make Web 3.0 future-proof. So these are some things that we need to take into consideration, because Web 3.0 is still not here yet. So we need to put some, you know, laws into place, or some regulations, or some technologies into place that will make Web 3.0 solid and, you know, safe in whatever, you know, position it is, essentially. So yeah, that's where I am in this domain.
Yeah, I mean, quantum computing in itself is a very powerful processing unit. So you're right about it. I never thought about how that's going to be. Maybe the start of Web 4.0. So
exactly, that's what. But
so
I wouldn't go so far as to saying quantum internet would be Web 4.0, because I would like quantum computing to be a part of Web 3.0, because I want quantum computing here and now. Yeah. I want it now. So I don't want it to be far in the future, and I want it to be a friend of blockchain instead of an enemy.
No, that sounds great. I'll definitely be your friend. I don't want any bad blood here, but no, since we are anyway talking about Web 2.0, transitioning to Web 3.0, I would like to understand from you, so what are the core fundamentals of Web 3.0 that you see staying here for the future, and where is it that it's going? Like, obviously, quantum computing is a processing unit, but in terms of use case, I want to talk about application. Where is it going? What do you see?
So basically, in terms of applications, it is, the thing is, when we talk about quantum computing, it's essentially a completely different type of way of computing. So it's not the zeros and ones that we're used to. So it'll be a totally different type of networking system. There is a quantum network. It is based on entanglement. So essentially your atoms will be, you know, entangled in such a way that there will be an established connection between two devices, you know, implicitly. You don't have to explicitly state these, you know, things. So it is at the core of the network. So right now we are at Web 2.0. We'll probably need a Web 2.5 for us to transition to Web 3.0, and maybe in the future to transition to quantum internet, we might need a Web 3.5. So it's a long story, but at the end of the day, the fundamentals are the same, the theory is the same. We need to see how we are going to advance further in the future. And you know, since all of you guys are young, it is good to hop on to new technologies right now itself, and quantum is such a field.
Oh, that's great. Thanks for your insights. So Abhishek, I'd like to ask you, so how do you see media industry being, or entertainment industry being disrupted with Web 3.0? I am, first of all, a big believer in play to earn, watch to earn, and any kind of to earn, because it's great passive income, and I'm all for it. So I would love to understand, as a builder, what's happening, and where do you see the industry going?
So yeah, I'll just give a quick premise. So Bitcoin solves the double spending problem. How many of you heard of this? Just quick show of hand. Okay, then I'll explain it even in a different way. So thing is that you can't spend a Bitcoin that you don't have. Are we all on the same page? Yes or no? Yes, hopefully yes. You can't spend something that you don't have. Okay. So just think that double spending is, this bottom line. This is a bottom line to what double spending is. You can research on that later, right? So in the same way, you know that movies, how many of you follow Tollywood industry? Most of you might be Telugu movies? Yes, no? Yes, very good. So you might have, of course, realized that movies need these budgets to make, budgets to create. They are financed by people, investors, and so on and so forth. And then rights are sold to companies like Netflix, Amazon Prime, and so on and so forth. So what we were solving, what we intended to use blockchain for in around 2015, like my partner here, we were researching what was blockchain. We of course knew what Bitcoin was, but it was primarily about blockchain. And then we realized that, just like how, unorganized or, how Bitcoin is solving the double spending problem for store of value, like Bitcoin. We wanted to utilize blockchain to solve the double spending problem for intellectual property or IP, right? So if you create art, that is your IP. If you write code, that is your IP. If you have a marketing idea, that is also your IP. Of course, there are other ways to actually formalize that process, like patents. In research, you have what are patents, and so these actually signify, or these actually represent your intellectual property. And if you put that in a database, if it is a Web2 MongoDB database, it is on, in a database. If it is on like a ledger, like a Bitcoin or Ethereum ledger, it is on the blockchain. That is how we can prove. So utilizing this single insight, we believe that there can be a lot of monetization, even more creative assets, like creativity itself can be monetized. So a good example is, you can have, say, media assets as NFTs. We'll get to what are NFTs later. But you can also have an AI model on a blockchain and license that AI model to a platform that can utilize it, right? This is possible today, right? It is not like something that is impossible. Similarly, you have other ways in which you can utilize IP. So we believe this is like a very core problem that, whether Web3 or not, we would be solving this. It is great that Web3 happened today, and we are able to utilize this decentralized infrastructure and have this social consensus, right, around how we solve. Yeah.
So one more question that brings up is also about interoperability then, right? Like when you're talking about what you just spoke about, see in the 90s when you wanted to play a media file, you had to probably take the exact same format, then play it on the exact same file. And then VLC came and changed the entire game. So is this that moment of Web 3.0 is facing the same kind of moment where you are seeing that, and how are you solving that issue? Because I know you guys are on Cosmos, where it's most friendly for interoperability.
I'm very glad you asked that because I'll just give a good example. Uber, right, works with Google Maps, right? Without Google Maps opening up itself with their SDKs and APIs, Uber would not be Uber today, right? That experience of Uber, everyone copied. All travel apps or all taxi apps and delivery apps across every country copied that same experience, right? Thing is that this is how Web2 opened up itself to composability, like multiple applications could talk to each other. Generation 1 blockchains, Bitcoin, it doesn't talk to any other application or any other blockchain. Generation 2 Ethereum, you have what is programmability. You can write smart contracts, but one Ethereum chain needs a bridge to talk to another chain, and bridge is where you see most of the hacks happening. So what we are working on, like as the name suggests, OmniFlix, right? Omni as in like multi, and we are working on this infrastructure where blockchains can talk to each other, right? Like at a native protocol layer, just like how you have an API in Web2 systems, right? And when blockchains talk to each other, it is like a single source of truth, one single source of truth, talking to another single source of truth, and if there is programmability on either, there is a lot that can happen, right? And we believe it is like a interconnected network where multiple blockchains talk to each other. Like how many MongoDBs are there in the world? Impossible to even assess. Just like that, we see a future where there are a lot of these single sources of truth blockchains talking to each other, and that's how we see interoperability happening.
It's getting there, as long as we are all working towards the same thing, and Abhishek Pitti does IBC every year, I think we'll be fine. So Thanks, Abhishek. And Sir Anish, sir, next I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. So I actually have two questions for you. One is from a technical background, from a technology entrepreneur level. What would you see, where is Web 3.0 going? And obviously the entire context is you've built a product, what could you do now looking at the solutions today? And the second question, just the second part. And the second is, now you're on a mentorship level in an incubator. What are you looking at startups, and when they are coming up with ideas, what would you suggest? And is there space for Web 3.0 there? Any Web 3.0 solutions?
Sure. One is, I think, the industry itself is moving from industry 3.0 to industry 4.0, right? Which means all devices at a certain point of time are going to be smart, right? They are going to be talking to each other, right? But who is validating that? Who is authenticating that, right? Now we'll have to look at it from that layer. So if an industry 4.0 is collecting so much of data, right? It is just not possible for Web 2.0 to validate all that data. It is impossible. The number of data points are, I don't know how many, right? Incalculable. You need something like a Web 3.0 to try and organize and try to validate all those data points, right? So it is imperative that at a certain point of time, it is going to transition. If industry 4.0 has to happen, Web 3.0 also has to evolve, right? Because the ability to handle so much of data, to validate so much of data cannot be on one particular platform or cannot be by one particular provider. It has to get decentralized, right? So I think that is where Web 3.0 and Industry 4.0 are going forward, right? The used cases, now you need to, as an innovator, right? I keep telling again, right? The way you look at innovation today is that all of these are building blocks. AI is one building block. AI, ML, neural networking, NLP, AR, VR, MR, IoT, RL, blockchain, all of these are individual building blocks. Now, to get to a solution, you have to work with a combination, right? AI alone cannot change the world, but AI in combination with multiple of these building blocks, right? Look at them as Lego blocks, right? So if I have to maybe enter this door without touching anything, I need computer vision, right? I need AI, right? I need an IoT to open, right? And I need edge computing. So you're using 4 building blocks to provide one solution. Now you need to figure out what are those building blocks you are going to put together to solve a particular problem statement. Let me take a step back again, right? As innovators, you need to understand how to define a problem statement. Today, if this room is flooded, somebody will say the room is flooded. That is a problem statement. Somebody will say that the tap is broken. That is a problem statement. There are 2 ways of solving this problem. You put a pump with a pipe and pump all the water out. You're solving the problem. Or you fix the tap. You need to figure out how to define a problem statement. You need to figure out what are the building blocks that I'm going to use to find a solution to solve this problem. Because my friend, technology is changing so fast. Like I was just telling Anup also, right? I was born maybe 20 years early, right? I wish I were born now. It's such an exciting time to be born, right? It is such an exciting time to be born, right? Today, technology has got a half-life of 8 months. Half-life of 8 months. In 8 months, this technology is going to be half as relevant. In 16 months, it's going to be 1/4 as relevant. And in 24 months, you're out of the game. How many guys do not know Instagram? Right? From a social media platform, it moved to an influencer platform. It is now a direct selling platform. 2 years. Right? People are already talking about getting quantum computing into blockchain when blockchain is still evolving. Right? So guys, seize this opportunity. You are in very exciting times. Right? रोज एक नया I hear a new abbreviation every day. AI, ML, NLP itself has got 2 abbreviations. वो natural language है, neural language है, वो पता नहीं है. Fact है ना, मतलब. So I think we are in such exciting times, right? Please try and find your moyo, okay? Find your thing. Learn to define problem statements correctly. Learn to find solutions for those problem statements by using a combination of these technologies, because each of these technologies is a powerful weapon on its own. But you need to put it in the right combination to make your next billion-dollar venture.
Oh, thanks, sir. And just to add to that, right? You know, I asked someone a few years back about where is technology going. They said there's going to be a mobile on everything. So that basically is what sir kind of defined, where everything is going to be a building block. Everything is going to require a whole stack of solutions. So, you know, you definitely an exciting space. And I myself also am working on a lot of these things. So I'm pretty pumped. And so, Srinivas sir, you know, I want to ask you the final question. You know, being a serial entrepreneur in the Web 2.0 world, now transitioning and pivoting into the Web 3.0 ERP enterprise solution world, that too, what are the solutions that you are bringing, and what are you seeing will happen in the next few years, and what is going to be the acceptance rate from an enterprise for Web 3.0?
I think we have around 80% of the audience who are students. So rather than getting into more technology subjects, I think I'll try to put it in a context which will help the students. I think we talked about front end, back end, you know, a lot of things. So it's more on UI and UX. So I'll tell you my background. I was a mechanical engineer. I'm not a coder. And I worked as a shop engineer with companies like Siemens and construction companies. Siemens wanted me to go as a design engineer to Germany. Might be they're spending way back in 2007, 2008. I put a resignation next day because I was not convinced. I was not sure what to do. Being a mechanical engineer, you know, probably you will not know how to do a coding, and definitely I was not liking a coding. And then 3 months, 4 months, I realized, okay, what has to be done? And then I realized in Google there is something called as SAP. You can do some functional thing. Okay, so you can make an IT career outside coding. So that's one of the takeaway which I want to tell you, that it's not all about learning the coding subjects. You know, we talk about, hey, you know, we need to learn Java, we need to learn whatever the new technologies, okay? So there are a lot of things outside which are called as functional subjects. You can make your career in quality testing space. You can make your career in business analyst. You can make your career in functional, more as a functional consultant, as a domain expert, right? And the reason I'm trying to showcase this, because you know, there were some questions in the morning where someone was asking, hey, you know, I have a university, I'm running a course of forensic students. Now you tell me there is a disruption all about, and are we saying that these forensic science experts need to do coding, right? So I think there is a space people need to understand, and I think you know, which I was trying to explain, that I started as a functional consultant and then went back as an enterprise architect. We started this company, and by the time, you know, at the end, you know, we have a Web3 enterprise product, right? So no need to have a journey as a programmer to build a company, okay? So you can take other routes, and there are, you know, it's only the knowledge and awareness, you know, which I'm sure these platforms like IBC, what has done it is going to give you. Coming to the question what Abhishek was asking about, you know, if you look at it, some of the more use cases where the industry is heading, a lot of the core companies, you know, I was with the CIO of Siemens Global, and he was telling that Siemens 30 years, they're a core electronic company. Now they are on a roadmap, next 5 years they want to build a platform. So basically Siemens will be a technology company. Now you can say, you know, why the hell they are doing it? They're very successful, right? From so many years, you know, they have presence in 120 countries. They have their, you know, might be successful for more than 100 years. The Gartner says that, you know, if you follow the same traditional business models, your traditional KPIs, you going to die. That's what the latest research of Gartner says. And now the most important thing is Siemens as an electronic company. Who are their competitors? You know, that's a next thought process. Their competitors are Amazon. Their competitors are, you know, Google. You see that, you know, Amazon has came out with Alexa, and they have Fire Stick, right? So for an electronic company like Siemens, their competitors are the technology companies like Facebook, like Amazon, and like, you know, you talk about Google, right? So that is where the world is heading. We were doing a use case with Ashok Leyland, where if you look at it from a climate impact and social impact perspective,
a lot of electric, diesel and petrol vehicles, like Ashok Leyland does it, is a core company like Siemens, right? And they are not now thinking about just producing vehicles. They're thinking about managing the complete ecosystem, complete fleet management and all that on the electronic one. So the industry is changing, and this change industry need the technology, and I think Web3 offers these kind of things. We as a company, we have an enterprise product which is built as a Web 2.0, and we are in the phase of enabling all the capabilities of Web 3.0. So to enable it as a Web 3 enterprise product. So by the time industry is ready for that, we also have solutions to the market. And coming from students' perspective, my piece of advice is don't get disappointed if you don't understand programming. Not necessarily that everyone need to understand programming. There's a space outside programming. You can be identified yourself as an IT professional, point one. And point two, learn multiple technologies. Don't restrict yourself to technology one, as I think Anish was talking about. Technology, the lifespan of the technology is less, right? Now people are not asking, hey, have you learned Pascal or have you learned C, right? So the best rule for that is learn multiple technologies, and 3 to 4 technologies, ek to click hoega. Then you are in the market, right? That's my advice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. That was a lot of good insight. Just to add what everybody is talking about, obviously innovation is at the center of everything. Now, what kind of innovation and what kind of mobile you want to build on what is up to you guys. And thank you very much for all the panel members for coming here. Especially today, I learned something new, that quantum computing is also a part of Web 3.0 now. So it's very insightful. I'll just ask if you guys have any closing remarks or any closing thoughts that you want to leave everyone with.
Yeah.
Please.
I have something to add, actually, taking reference from Mr. Anish and Mr. Srinivas's statements. One thing is, the problem statement, it has to be defined properly before you can solve a problem. Just make a note of that. And like internet also happened because it was not like selling something didn't exist earlier. They just sold it online. eBay, auctions existed earlier. They just combined auctions and selling online. Then eBay happened. And then so on and so forth. So you can see a lot of these patterns emerge. Web 2 has a lot of history. Web 3 doesn't have. But within those patterns of Web 1, Web 2, you can identify what might be problems that exist, that might crop up in the future when it comes to Web 3. So just think of these, because it is all about using these as Lego blocks, using these fundamental pieces of tech as Lego blocks, and just adding to Mr. Srinivas's point, you'll become language agnostic. There's no dependency on a language. If you understand a concept, there is actually no dependency on a language other than to execute it by yourself. Otherwise, you can talk to people comfortably without the need to know a language, right? You need to understand the concepts. I myself, I'm a computer science student. I worked on websites. We did quite a lot, but at least in the Web3 space, I don't code at all, right? My partner takes care of that. I have the advantage, but still, right? And I suggest, even for technology folks and non-technology folks, please try to freelance, right? That will give you exposure to quite a lot of things. We all, at some point in time, might have freelanced to not just when you're freelancing, you don't have an option just to work on one thing, complete the website and give. You'll have to go talk to the person that needs the website, understand their requirements, please them, XYZ. Maybe, have all your charm utilized, and then make sure you adhere to timelines and things like that. Or promise, don't set the wrong expectations as a freelancer. So when you do that, in Web3, freelancing is even more easier, right? There was some YouTube ad I was seeing. I don't really believe in these, but I just saw the ad that US has 78% freelancers, then UK has some 60%, and so on and so forth. I mean, that's quite high, and I can clearly see why the reason exists also. India says, they say that India has 29% freelancers. So I'm sure Web3 can give you the potential. Whether you're in first, second, third, or fourth year, you can have a monkey picture, literally, and like get away with it. No one will ask you your age unless you do something so dumb that people have to ask, how old are you? You know. So other than that, people won't ask about all that. Meritocracy thrives. This is all open, like an open world. So you can explore, right? And non-technical roles, there are quite a lot in Web3. Like not everyone needs to be a coder. People need to assimilate information, like make sure the other person understands and so on and so forth. So my closing statement here would be taking inspiration from all the insights shared. Please start off, like get started, because after 2025 will come or 2028 will happen. Like then you want to be 6 years ahead of the curve, right? So yeah, that's what I want.
I'd also like to add on, Mr. Srinivas, Mr. Anish and Abhishek sir's comments, especially on the one where Mr. Anish sir said that just focus on what's the problem and then see what you can fit to solve the problem. Because a lot of the times, especially in our colleges and in our academia, we focus on the technology and then we try to forcefully embed it and find some problem to forcefully push it through. So there are technologies, there are so many technologies out there. You have to focus on what's your calling. You have to be familiar with a lot of technologies like these gentlemen were saying here. But you have to essentially realize what is your calling, what do you have faith in, what do you think is going to be the next breakthrough, and it'll come, especially as a student who has already been, I've always been surrounded by computers throughout my life growing up. My dad is a computer engineer. I have like 4 computers in my home since I was a little child, and it was nothing new for me. But I never felt that connected with regular computing. But when I found out about quantum computing and the physics behind it, that just spoke to me, and I was like, yeah, this is like the fundamental basics of how, the world works. And essentially quantum computing basically, it tries to mimic real life. And when you run a quantum computer, it actually changes, it morphs itself into the solution that you require. So it is something that is based on reality, and that is going to have some drastic changes, and that's how I was, drawn towards it, and how I found out that it can have, these lasting impacts and stuff like that. So you have to familiarize with all these technologies and focus on what problem you find yourself, solving. And then you see what technology you're calling for and what problem you want to solve, how you can align them both, and how you can add value to it. So that's my closing statement over here. It was lovely speaking to all of you guys. Thanks for being attentive.
So,
thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
A few more minutes, people. I know it has been a long day for all of you. And I'll tell you why this is one of my favorite panels of the day. One, because if you notice, you have 2 successful serial entrepreneurs and 2 disruptive entrepreneurs who are working on Web3, and 1 technologist who is trying to disrupt what all of these guys are doing. So this is a fantastic panel to close, and no better to have than Anish here. By the way, this entire program, sort of was conceptualized with Anish in the room, and when I approached to Anish a few weeks back, or maybe a month back, explaining what we are trying to do. And the only thing I can tell Anish is, Anish, we did not know we'll have 20,000 registrations. And some of these students have been curated out of this 20,000 to be here. Over 8,000 people wrote exam and 300 were selected. So we did a lot of diligence to bring these people to you, because they may be talented, but more than talented, what they have is motivation. And learning and getting exposed to this forum. And doesn't mean that we have left the other 19,700, they're all online. But they are not getting the experience through a physical presence, but a digital webcast. So we are webcasting everything here to all participants who are participating. That said, again, thank you so much for being here. I'll have 2 things to do. One, a small token of appreciation for you joining us. And also, if you have not done a video bite for us outside, then we'll have you to do it again. Okay? So, thank you. Thank you. Fantastic panel. Yes, thank you so much for that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So, have you done the media part?
No, I'll.
For all of us here, I just have some closing remarks. How many of us are students who are participating in the hackathon? Raise hands, please. Raise hands. So how many are participating in the hackathons? Okay. So I have some very important things to talk. We'll talk more tomorrow. We'll be meeting tomorrow at Tech Mahindra, right? I welcome you all. My name is Abhishek Pitti. I'm CEO of IBC Media. And we've been waiting for you for almost a month. You know, now that you're here, you have to understand a few things. The most important one is you're embarking on a journey. This is not a 3-day hackathon like people do. This is a journey to take you wherever you are in your career, first year, second year, third year, fourth year, to take you to the job. Not just any job, the highest paying job that is out there, not just in India, but globally. Do you want that? Do you want that? I didn't hear it. Yes. But if you want that, then you need to make sure that you understand why you're here and what are you going to get. And we will spend the first hour of the day tomorrow talking about it. But just so you know, a lot of people were here earlier in the day who are doing everything to support you in this journey. The government was here, you know, showing their support. The skill board, the tech hub, the technology hub, which is T-Hub here, the Telangana hub, and then also large organizations, the recruiters, from Tech Mahindra to DNP to Quintella to bunch of companies. All the recruiters were here. Then your principals were here. You know, talking about how they can enhance and how can they give you flexibility, you know, how can they create project-based learning to facilitate this growth. And now the industry, the people who have done it and made it and are doing it for you to learn from. So over this period of next 8 days, you will have extremely good interactions. You will have trainers, you have mentors, you have people who are working hard and nobody's getting paid. They're doing it out of the concern that you guys should be successful. So take it very, very seriously. And I'm telling you, a lot of people who will value this experience will get there, you know, because now the employers are not asking you what degree you have, how many percentage marks you have scored in your transcripts. They're asking you, where have you demonstrated the skills that you can build? They are not asking whether you're a computer science student or a mechanical student or aerospace student or art student. Doesn't matter. What matters is how much you learn, how much you contribute. And this is not one hackathon. This is 20 hackathons where you can continue to learn, build, expose yourself to people, to technology, to products, and find yourself the sweet spot where you will be extremely engaged, right? So please make sure you take this extremely seriously for the next 8 days and follow us through. Now, how many people have joined the Telegram community? Okay, you know you're not going to get any prizes if you don't join the Telegram community because all announcements are going to happen on the Telegram community. Sorry, when I say Telegram community, the Discord community. So how many people join Discord community? Good. So You need to be part of the Discord channel to make sure you get all the announcements, updates about all the prizes. And we have tons of prizes. We'll talk about it tomorrow. You have merchandise, you have t-shirts, you have water bottles, you have hoodies, you have like internship certificates, participation certificates. Oh man, I can just keep going on and on. But guess what? You have to earn it. You're not getting anything for just registration. It's all about putting your rubber to the road and make sure you are delivering and earning it. And the people who will do it will earn it. So I appreciate all of you coming out. This has been a spectacular day. A lot of different stakeholders came together to make this happen. I thank all of them. I thank all of our sponsors, all of our partners, all of our speakers, all of our RMs from Task, and all of the college SPOCs who have made this possible. And finally, the rest of the team at IBC Media. This was not me doing it. There is everybody who were involved behind the scenes, doing registrations, to MC, to management, people management, to F&B management, to outreach, technology. There's a ton of people behind this, but they're all here for you. So let's give them all a round of applause. And we will continue this program tomorrow again in the morning, sharp 10 a.m. at Tech Mahindra Auditorium. I hope you know where to report. And we'll continue the learning, and then we'll be back here with all our partners and stakeholders to celebrate what we do over the next 7 days on 29th. But till then, I wish you all a very good evening, good night, and have great rest of the week. For the people who will not be joining us tomorrow at Tech Mahindra, but people who will be joining us at Tech Mahindra, see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you.